In this course, we are going to build a complete AI coding platform inspired by Replit. And I don't mean a simple chatbot that generates a few lines of code. We are building an AI agent that can take an idea from a single prompt and actually build, run, modify, and publish an application for you. When you submit a prompt, our agent will work in the background, so the entire experience isn't tied to a one long running request. And while it is working, we are going to give users live feedback into exactly what's happening. So from the agent's thinking and build process to its actions, logs, and the files being generated in real time. And here's where the project gets really interesting. Every application our agent creates will run inside its own isolated virtual machine in the cloud. The agent will be able to create files and folders, write real code, install dependencies, execute command, start a development server, and we will take that running application and display it as a live interactive preview directly inside our platform. We'll build a complete file system where users can explore the generated project, open files in a real coding editor, edit the code themselves, or simply continue talking to the AI agent and let the agent modify the existing application. And we have one more really important capability. Our AI agent is going to have access to live information from the web. So when it needs current information while building an application, it can actually research it and use that information as part of its workflow. And for that part of the project, I am using DataImpulse, who are also sponsoring this video. But automated web requests can sometimes get blocked or rate limited. Let's try this without a proxy first. And there it is. Our agent can't get the information it needs, and this is where DataImpulse comes in. They provide access to over 90 million residential IPs across more than 195 countries, allowing us to route our agent's web requests through their proxy network. It is pay as you go, the traffic doesn't expire, and the residential proxies start at just $1 per gigabyte. They also support rotating and sticky sessions, as well as HTTP, HTTPS, and SOC S5. Now, let's route the same request through DataImpulse and try again. And here we go. Our agent gets the information it needs and can continue its research workflow. If you want to try it yourself, you can get started with DataImpulse Residential Proxies for $1 per gigabyte using the link in the description. So throughout this course, we are putting together authentication, AI agents, tool calling, durable background jobs, real-time agent feedback, file management, cloud sandboxes, code execution, live previews, AI-powered editing, web research, project persistence, and deployment. This is not another AI wrapper tutorial. We are building the infrastructure behind a real AI coding platform. And don't worry, some of these concepts are completely new to you. We are going to build everything step by step. So by the end of this course, you would have gotten your hands dirty with the same kinds of system powering modern AI development tools like Replit and Lovable. We are going all the way from a single prompt to a background AI agent to generated project files to an isolated cloud sandbox to a running application with a live preview and finally a published application. So if you've ever wondered what actually goes into building an AI coding platform like this, we are about to build it. We have a lot to cover, so let's get started. Hello everyone, so let's get into the action. This is my terminal window that I already have opened up over here. No, we're not going to start by creating a Next.js application from the ground up. We are going to focus mainly on how to build an application like Replit, and that's why everybody's here. So that means I have already provided us with some starter code over here. This is the starter code we are going to be working with. The link is in the description, so you want to copy this link over here from the description. And once you have this, no worries, I'm definitely going to walk us through this code. This is pretty much easy and straightforward. And over here, if you notice, I actually have some tabs open. So this is for ingest. We're going to make use of ingest. No worries if you do not understand what this is used for. So no worries, I'm going to be explaining this. We also have E2B over here as well. So no worries, I'm going to be explaining E2B and the sandboxes and what all of these are for. And then we also need over here OpenAI. So this is OpenAI. You also need all of these. Now let's get into it. You should have copied once you have this copied, the GitHub, you want to come over to your terminal and run the commands. Actually, first I'm going to cd into a place on my machine where I would like to create this new project. So this is where I would like to create this new project somewhere on my machine. So you want to be at a folder where you do create your projects, and then you want to run the git clone command and paste in this repository link right over here. And this is going to clone into it. So it's going to pull it over from GitHub and store it on your local machine, just as it has done now with this name build it, because that's the name of our application. So I'm going to cd into build it, the name of our application, and you want to open this up with any coding editor you feel comfortable with, VS Code, Cursor, whatever. Let's go and open up the project in our IDE. Now, this is the project that we have over here. The first thing you want to do is to make sure you run the installation npm install, and this is going to install all the dependencies that we have installed, and so we can walk through the project. And once we are comfortable with the project starter code that we have, then we are going to go straight up into the application. So let's give this a moment for the installation to complete. And actually, I think while the installation is ongoing, let's take a look at the different files that we do have over here. I would like us to start with the package.json because this is where we have the installation. You can see we have the basic scripts that you would get from a default Next.js application, which is the dev, build, start, and lint script. But then we have some custom scripts over here, which is making use of DrizzleKit CLI to run the generate command, the migrate command, the studio, and also the push command. And all this command that we see here is going to work because we also have DrizzleKit installed on our machine, and because we are making use of Drizzle ORM. And then we have the dependencies. So AI SDK for Anthropic, which is the Anthropic version. We have OpenAI, which is what I showed us earlier. We are making use of OpenAI. Then we have E2B code interpreter. This has already been installed. When we get over to the E2B section, you would know how this comes in useful. We also have Inngest. Then we have the Monaco editor, which is going to show up on the project details screen. And we also have Supabase SSR and Supabase JS, and then AI. Okay, so these are the basics that we have over here. We also have the Inngest, which is like the Inngest agent kit. So this is Inngest itself. And the Monaco editor we have here. And if you scroll further down, you would see we have Drizzle ORM. Yeah, so we have Drizzle ORM, and we also have the dev dependencies. Let's come straight up into the source folder, and actually let's check the Drizzle config. So here in Drizzle config, this is our Drizzle configuration. We have our schema. All our schema has already been provided in the source DB. If you check the schema, we have the schema for the agent messages here. So as you can see, this goes on to shape the left agency. So we have all of these. Here we also have the agent run schema here. So these are the different agent runs. These are definitely confusing, but trust me, this is going to make sense when we get into the action. We also have the schema index here, which is exporting all these separate files. We have the profile that we use to register user credentials, and we have the projects because we are going to be creating projects over here. So this is what we have ongoing. Now let's check the file routing. Over here we have a couple of API routes. We have the application, and the Next.js, the app folder handles routing. So file-based Next.js routing. So we have the layout here, which already registered the sidebar, and we have the application sidebar here and the user menu, and then we return the children here, which are the different page routes. Let's start with the builds page, and this builds page is the page where all our magic goes on to happen. So we have this build page here. As you can see, it is actually not this page because this page goes on to list the different projects that we have. The page where our magic happens is right over here, this project page. We have the username, the project log, and the page.tsx. This is the page the user is going to be navigated to when they spin up a new project. So no worries, I am also going to walk us through this, so you do not need to study all these lines of code that we have over here. Once we get into it, I will definitely walk us through. We also have the API route, as I said earlier, and we also have the dashboard page. So this page, which is still the path here, this is our dashboard page that we have over here. And what else do we have? We also have authentication route here, which has already been registered. So now we have our application up and running. Let's fire it up. We do not have the env, so we need to register some environment variables in a moment. But then let's see what we have. So npm run dev is gonna start up our Next.js application on port 3000, and if we come over here to port 3000, you would see what we have from the landing page of the application, which is this page over here. So as we see, localhost port 3000, we already have this issue over here because we are missing our environment variables. We do not have the env file, and that's why we are greeted with a broken application. Okay, so this means we need to set up our credentials, and once we have our credentials set up, then we are going to test things out. So what's going to happen is, let's create the .env file over here, and once you have the env file created, we are then going to have the different environment variables. Now we need to register our environment variables. Let's start with the Supabase URL and also the Supabase publishable key, so that we can also get our direct URL and also our database URL. All of these are coming from Supabase. So you want to come over to supabase.com over here. I already have Supabase opened up over here, and for authentication, we're also making use of Google OAuth. So that's why I already have console.cloud.google opened up. So we're going to need this in a moment, but for now, let's focus on Supabase. You want to come over to Supabase dashboard, and in case Supabase is new to you, Supabase is a backend as a service. Initially, it was a Firebase alternative, which actually is still at this point in time, but Supabase has now been like the default standard when it comes to having backend services. So you can see here, we get a dedicated Postgres database from Supabase. We also have authentication, which we are using in our project. We also have data APIs, edge functions, real-time. We are also making use of real-time data right into this project, storage, vector embeddings, and actually a whole lot more over here. So once you come over to supabase.com, let's get into it. You want to authenticate yourself. I have already authenticated myself, so I'm going to come straight up into the dashboard, and this is going to navigate us over here, as you can see, to organizations. So you just give this a moment for it to load up. And once it loads up the organizations, because the way Supabase works is that you go on to create projects, and projects belongs to organizations. So for some reason it did hang up, so I'm just going to give this another refresh, and these are my organizations. If you do not have an organization, you can just go in and create a new organization, give it a name over here. You can give it a type and the plan. The free tier is just going to be more than enough for our use case. So go on and cancel. I already have one, and it already navigated me right in here into the code with lari organization. And then you can go on to create a project. So you can make use of this button, or you can make use of this button. They pretty much do the same. And you want to give this project a name. So I'm going to give it the name of our application, build it. That is the name of our application. You want to generate a password for your database. You want to copy the password, because this is going to be useful to connect to this database that we are creating over here. Once you have that copied, then you want to store this inside here. Just paste it somewhere in your environment variable. Your database password is going to come in handy. And then you want to come back here, and that's pretty much it. You can leave the default as it is. These are not necessarily required for our use case, and you want to go on and create the project. Now the project is going to get created, and you're going to be navigated straight up into that project dashboard, and that is where all the magic happens. So as you see here, we are now into the project dashboard. We need to get our credentials. Just a brief walkthrough here. I know most of us are actually familiar with the Supabase dashboard, but for those of us that are new or haven't used Supabase in projects, let's just have a quick 1-minute tour of this Supabase dashboard. Over here, this is our project overview, where you can just get useful insights about your database. You can see your status, you can see compute, last backup, last migration, you can see the region, everything here, just like a dashboard. You can also click on this copy, and you can easily copy your project URL, publishable key, and stuff like that. You have the table editor. This is where your database PostgreSQL schema is going to live here with all the different tables that you create. As you can see here, you can go on to create a table, but you can do this making use of the table editor. This is super useful for those of us that do not know SQL too much. You might have to use this so that you can click add columns and without having to remember or guess the actual SQL command. So I'm going to discard the changes, and you have different schemas here. You do not want to play around with this too much. Trust me, you want to be on the public schema, and every other schema here like authentication, extensions, these are managed internally by Supabase. And then you want to come over to the SQL editor. This is where you can then go on to type in some SQL. So let's say you know SQL, you can then have some command over here. But Supabase also doesn't leave you alone, because then you also have some AI functionality somewhere that can help you to debug if you have an error somewhere while typing out the actual SQL query. You have database, and in database you have things like the functions. You also have triggers. Functions are actually RPC calls, remote procedure calls. You can define a function right in here, add some parameters, the return type, the name of the function, the definition, and then you call this function in your code as though the function was just defined in your code. So this is super helpful, and that function can go on to do you can have some logic right in there. You also have triggers, which are events that occur in your database based on certain events. So they actually triggers that go on to do things. You can see database reactive based on certain events. So let's say a user authenticates, you can have a trigger that is looking out for certain watching your table or your database, and once something happens, it can go on to react and update certain parts of your code, which is super useful. And then extensions and all of these, and then we have authentication, which is also going to come in for our use case, so I would not spend so much time here. You have storage, where you can go on to create buckets, you can store assets here, and then edge functions. Okay, so that's pretty much it for getting started. Let's come over back to the project overview and let's connect. Let's get our credentials. You can click on connect over here. And how do we want to connect? We are making use of ORM. So for that, we need to select the ORM of choice. Supabase supports Prisma or Drizzle ORM. We also already have this installed on our machine, so we can skip this step. We can also skip the Drizzle kit installation. I have already shown this to us, and this is our database URL. So you want to copy your database URL and you want to paste this somewhere over here, and you can see this is where your password becomes handy, because you have to replace this here. So the value, I'm just going to undo this, maybe it was fast, but you can see here where you have the password, you need to replace it with your actual database password over here. Now I'm going to get rid of this, okay, just like this. And we also need the direct URL. The database URL is actually okay because it has the connection pooling, but we want to have the direct URL, which is going to be useful when it comes to database migration. So we're going to get that in a moment. Actually, we can get that right here. You can see this direct connection string. You want to click on it, and I actually found this session puller to be actually useful and helpful. So you also want to click right in here. The type is URI, so you just want to leave this like this, and you then want to copy out this connection string. So do go on and copy this over here, and let's come back to application and register this somewhere here as our direct underscore URL. And this direct underscore URL is going to be this value right in here. You can also get rid of this quote that you have in here. Sometimes the quote can cause one or two issues, so you just want to get rid of the quote. And then let's replace this with your actual database password, which I have replaced with my database password over here. So you can see the difference in ports. This is port 5432 and this here is port 6543. We also need the Supabase URL and also the Supabase publishable key. So how do we get those? Now let's come back here, and this is going to be under framework, and under framework Next.js app router. Here we already have chassis and UI, so you can ignore all of these, and we already have this installed. You want to copy this, so just do go and copy this here, and you want to paste this right into your project. So this is our next public Supabase URL and the next public publishable key. In case you're wondering, how do we have next public prefix over here, but we do not have them right in here? This is because this next public prefix is going to be exposed to the client. So this, no worries, is actually okay, but you do not want to expose your database URL or this direct URL to the client. That's why we do not have any next underscore public prefix to these two credentials that we have over here. Now let's come back to Supabase, and you can see we have the page.tsx, how you can go on to make use of Supabase. This is what we are doing a whole lot in our project. You're going to see this here. And if you check the YouTube Supabase server.ts, this is how you can actually configure Supabase in your Next.js application. Let me quickly walk us through because we already have this code here. You can see the server.ts. You can see over here, you also have the client.ts here, which calls the create client method. Actually, this is the create client, but it calls the create browser client method, which comes from Supabase SSR package. And then we also have the middleware, which is now called Proxy in Next.js. So you're going to get some deprecated warnings if you actually proceed to calling this middleware. So this is the proxy setup. And if you come back to application, let's see what we have. We have this source, we have the lib, not ingest, the lib, and there we have Supabase. So you can see we have the client.ts, which is just what we saw from the documentation. We have the server.ts, which also is what we just saw in the documentation. We also have the proxy.ts file. This proxy.ts file goes on to protect this path that we saw over here in the app. So this path, as well as this build path. So you need to be authenticated to visit this path. And here we go on to have some logic. If you're not authenticated and you're trying to visit a protected route, we are going to redirect you, and this proxy.ts is then registered right here in the proxy.ts. You can see it is imported right in here, it is registered here, and we also have some configuration matcher here like this. Okay, so this is our Supabase setup. The next thing we need to do, let's give this on that trial and see if our application is going to get started. And if we're able to start our application, we then need to run the database migration. So let's start this up. Let's come back and give this a refresh and see if Supabase is now happy to start up our application. And we'll just give this a moment and see, and I'll be back once this is done. Yes, so this is done already, as we can see over here. And this is our Next.js application with this beautiful looking UI that we have over here. We also have the theming, the light and the dark theme here. Because we have authentication, if you try to visit the build path, you're going to be redirected over to this page. So I'm going to try to come over to the build path, and you can see we are redirected back in here. So this here is the starting point of our application. You can see we have this wonderful glowing animation going on over here. What we are going to focus on building next is to make sure we have our authentication set up. So we have the login, which calls GitHub, Google, and also email. For now, we do not have this configured, so they are not going to work as expected. We also have email here where users can go on to login, or they can go on to create accounts. This has already been wired up. We are going to walk through the code base in a moment, but then we also need to make sure we get our credentials for the authentication for both Google and also GitHub. This is the authentication section of the course. So we need to set up Google Auth. We also need to configure Supabase for the email and also password authentication. And then we also need to create an application in GitHub. Let's get started. Over here, you want to come over to Google or console.cloud.google.com. And once you're here, the next thing we need to do is to create a project. I already have some dummy projects over here. So you want to create this new project, and right in here, you want to give this project a name. So we're going to click on this new project button here, and this is going to take us over to the platform to register a new project. So I'm going to give this project the name of our application, which is builder like this. So you want to give this application a name. I'm going to leave the organization like no organization, or actually you can just register this into any organization. And for the billing account, you might not have this, but I'm just going to select my billing account over here and go on to create the application. Next, you see here, we are going to be redirected over to that specific organization. You can see we have the spinner over here and also the spinner here, which shows that it is creating the application. And now that it is done, you see we are now navigated straight up into that project. If you are not navigated into the project, you want to click here on this drop down, and then you want to go on and select the project. And now that I see I actually made a name in a mistake in the name, it should be build it. It doesn't matter. This is just the name for us to identify the project over here in Google Cloud Console. Once you have that created, you want to create the credentials for Auth. So you want to click on this APIs and services under the quick access section, or you can also find it in the navigation. We have the APIs and services. And you can just pretty much select anyone here. There's no wrong answer. If you click over to enabled APIs and services, this is going to take you over to the screen where you can see the different APIs that is offered by Google. This is not where we want to be over here. We want to come over to credentials. So over here in the credentials section, this is where we want to set things up. So let's give this a moment here, and you want to configure the OAuth consent screen. So configure consent screen. You want to select this, and this is going to then bring us over to the overview link over here. And here in the overview, we can get started to configure the Google Authentication platform. You want to click on this get started button, and now you need to provide the name of the application. This name is going to be showed across to the user. This is the name of the application asking for consent, so you want to give it the name of your application, build it. This is the application name. For the user support email, this is where you want to have your own email address. Then you click on next. For the audience type, I'm going to choose external, which is going to be available to any test user with a Google account. But this comes with a gotcha. You need to go on and add users to the list of test users, which we're going to do. The reason is because you haven't verified the application. Whenever you're ready to go for production, then you need to verify the application, which for this case, this is just okay. Then we're going to hit on next, and next is the contact information. So I'm also going to provide my email address here. So you want to go on and provide your own email address here as the contact information, and then you click on next. You're going to agree to the terms and conditions, click on continue, and then go on to create. Once you create, you go on to create this. The next screen we're going to be navigated over is to this screen where we can go on to create the OAuth client. So I'm going to click on this create OAuth client. We need to select the application type. So for the application type, you want to choose web application. The name, this name is the name of your OAuth client. This name is going to use to identify the client in the console. It's not going to be showed over to end users. So that means this name is actually okay. For the authorized JavaScript origins, now this is where things start getting a little bit complicated, but it shouldn't be overly complicated. Over here, you just want to make sure you're adding the home page of your application, which is port 3000. So copy this over here, and you want to register this right in here. If you push to production, you want to also have add up your production domain or URL, homepage URL over here. Then for the authorized redirect URIs, this over here has been provided for us by Supabase as we are making use of Supabase. So we do not need to write any logic for this. You just need to come over to Supabase, and if you come over to the authentication, so remember I told you we're going to be making use of authentication, so now is the time. If you come over to the sign in / provider screen, you're going to see, if you scroll further down, there is a section for Google. This is currently disabled, so we want to make sure we have this enabled like this. And this is going to say, okay, give us the client ID, give us the client secret. These are the credentials we are trying to retrieve over here. We're going to get that in a moment, but for now, we need this callback URL for all authentication. So make sure you copy this, and then you come back over here, and you can tell Google this is where we want you to redirect users to. Now, the reason why this works like this is because when users are authenticated over to application and Supabase handles this, we are going to tell Supabase, actually, we want you to redirect the user to this section of our application. So if you see this API, actually not in API, but if you check this auth, this callback route.ts, this is where Supabase is going to bring our users to. And when Supabase brings our user over here, they are going to actually add a code to the URL, which we are going to retrieve from the URL. And if there is no code, it means something is wrong. We are going to say, hey, you need to go back to the home page of the application. There's an error with your code. But if everything is okay, we're going to tell Supabase, this code that you are redirecting the user to, do go on and exchange this code for a session. And if the Supabase does this successfully, there's not going to be any error. Then we can go on to get the currently authenticated user. We are going to check if this user already exists in our database. If the user doesn't exist, then we are going to go on and get the name of the user and create a profile in our own database. You can also inspect this create profile function, and you can see this just goes on to create a profile in our database, which for now doesn't have any tables. So still no worries, we need to run the migration for that. And then we can go on to redirect the user to the origin. The origin, remember, is over here. the origin is coming from the URL here. So we are going to go on and redirect the user to the origin and next. So this next is what is important here, which is this home page if this is not part of here. And also let me just come over to the auth action. The auth action is a file that we have over here. If you come over to features, auth, and the action.ts, this is where we go on to handle different intents. So the intent for Google and GitHub. So here, this is the intent. Both cases here would handle or would work both for Google and GitHub. You can see when we call the sign in with OAuth, we tell Supabase, redirect the user. Once you're done, redirect the user to the auth callback, which is this route, the auth callback route.ts file over here. So this is how application is working for authentication. Now back over here, we have registered the authorized redirect URIs. We just need to go on and hit on create. Then this is going to go on and create and give us the client ID. And we can take this and hand this over to Supabase and say, this is our client ID. And we can also come here and say, this is our client secret. So take both of them and help us to enable Google authentication in our project. You want to hit on save, and then you have Google OAuth enabled. So in our case, you can see this has been enabled. Let's do the same for email. If you come over here in email, and you might say, what do we need to set up for email? You can see email is enabled, but if you click into it, you see you have extra options, which is very much okay for our use case. But there's actually something that I want us to toggle off. And if you come over here, you would see we have somewhere over here, we have the settings. Yeah, so we have the settings for signing and providers, user sign up, confirmation, email. We do not want users to be able to confirm their email. We are keeping things easy in this application. So once you sign in automatically, or once you create an account automatically, you're going to have a user. So we're going to make sure you uncheck this and go on to save this. And then you have it saved, you get a notification toast somewhere which says that the settings has been updated successfully. Now we need to do the same for GitHub. We need to make sure we have the GitHub credentials over here. So let's come back here, and you want to come over to your GitHub profile. This is my GitHub profile, or I'm just going to open it right up over here. Come over to your GitHub profile, and once you're here, you need to come over here and you need to create, or you come over to the settings here, locate your settings. And once you're here in the settings, you want to come over to this left side navigation, developer settings, and over here you want to select the OAuth application. We need to create a new OAuth application, and then I'm going to give it the application or the name of application, which is build it. The homepage URL is this homepage URL that we have over here. So you also want to copy this and you want to paste this right in here. This is going to need a description, the description displayed to all your users. So you can say build it like this, and the user is going to see this just as we see over here. Now the redirect URIs and all of these, this is what we are going to get from Supabase. Okay, so what we're going to do, I'm going to click on this add redirect URI. I actually delete this over here, and let's see. I think everything is okay. You do not need to configure anything like this anymore. You just need to go on and register the application. Once you have your application registered, let's see. Yeah, so we are missing the redirect URI. It cannot be blank. So let's get this from Supabase. So back here in Supabase, we want to come over to sign in providers, and we want to look for where we have GitHub. So you want to click right here, and you want to make sure GitHub is enabled. We are going to get this in a moment, but this is the callback URL. So let's go and copy this callback URL, and then we want to provide this right inside here as our redirect URI like this. And then we're going to register the application. And now you have your application registered. This is our client ID. You want to copy this client ID and hand this over to Supabase just right over here. And the same for the client secret. So the client secret needs an extra level of authentication. So if you come somewhere further down, you would see where you can generate the new client secret. So you want to click here, and you would need to re-authenticate yourself somehow. And once you do, you're going to be shown your client secret. So I'm just going to re-authenticate myself quickly. And now I am revealed my client secret. So I'm going to take this client secret, and I'm going to be handing this over to Supabase. And then we already have the callback, which we have registered in GitHub. And then you want to hit save. Okay, so now we have saved this here, and we are good to go. One last thing that is left, if we check our Google, we actually forgot an extra step in Google. So if you come over here and you just click on OK, we forgot to register the test user application. So let's come over to audience, and here in audience we want to add a test user. So click on add test user, and this is going to be the email you intend to use for your application to test out google.com. So you want to use this over here, this email, else it's not going to work for other emails. So go ahead and save this, and once you have this saved, just give it a save like this. Then you can go on to test with this Gmail account over here. All right, so the next thing we need to do is to make sure we run the migration, because as I showed us right over here, this route.ts, we try to create a user and this is gonna fail. So let's make sure we generate the migration. We go on and run the migration, and if we check in our Supabase, the table editor is going to be populated with all the different schema that we have registered right inside here in the database folder. So if you check the DB folder, you would see we have the schema for agent messages and all of these. And in the index.ts, we're also going to set up the database connection. And if you check over here in the Drizzle configuration, we're also going to have the database credentials and everything here. So let's run the migration, populate our database, and then test out authentication. Hi everyone, we need to go in and have our database migration. Let's check our package.json. So initially I did present to us the different scripts that we had in the package.json. So we have the db generate, which is going to generate the actual migration files in the output, the Drizzle folder output. So you first need to run this. So this is going to generate the migration, and it's going to store it right in here in this Drizzle folder. And you can see we have one big SQL file, which is going to contain all the different migration or all the different schema we have over here. So you can see we have the different enums, enumerables. Here we also have the different tables, creation, the agent runs, the profile, the project. All of those are already defined right in here in the database. I'm just trying to overemphasize on this, just so that you can take a moment to take a look at every schema we have defined here. And when we actually make use of this in the different models, because we also have models, and models goes on to interact with our database. So if you just check the features, and let's say you check authentication and you have the user model here, you can see here this is calling the database client that we have registered that I just showed us in the DB folder here, just to go and run or update a record in our database. Now we have that, the next thing we need to do is to actually apply the migration over to our database. So this is going to be the db migrate command. Now you can see over here, this is going to apply the migration, which currently is doing, and if this is successful, we are then going to have everything update in our Supabase. So you give this a moment, and this is where the direct URI comes straight up into play. Now it doesn't give any hint that it was successful or not, so we are going to double check in a moment, and actually let's do that right now. Let's come over here and give this a refresh somewhere, and actually you see it was successful. So here we have the agent messages, we have the agent runs, we have the profiles, and we have project. Let's remain in profiles, because you can see this is the public schema and the profiles. Just as I said, you always want to make sure you're on the public schema. This is where we are going to be updating or creating a record in the profiles table in our database. Let's try to authenticate. So I'm going to try all the providers that we have here. I'm first going to start up with the email provider. So I'm going to give the application a refresh. Make sure your application is up and running. You can as well just quit your terminal, because we made changes into the environment. So you want to make sure you quit it, start it up so that it starts up fresh and clean without any picking up all the credentials we have registered in the env. So now you just want to also refresh this. Let's give this a trial. All right, so I'm going to bring this over here. I'm going to hit on any of them is going to work, create accounts or login. And here you need to continue with email, and you need to create a name. I'm just going to go with the suggested name over here, which is called with lari. And I'm going to go with the email, and the email here is going to be test@test.com. And I'm going to go with the password. The password validation, it needs to be password of 1 to 6 characters. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oops, 1. I'm just going to double check over here, and the same over here, confirm your password over here. And once you have both confirmed and okay, you want to create the account. This is submitting, and remember the callback is going to be handled by our callback route, which is going to create a profile record and navigate us to the dashboard page, which is the /tilde path of our application. As you can see, this is where we are at this point in time, and it greets us. Hi, Code with Larry, what do you want to build? You can see here we have list of projects. For now, we do not have any project. If you click on this view all, it takes you to the projects page, which is the builds route of the application, and you're going to be able to see every project that you have over here. These setting screens we have here is actually a modal. If you click on it, it brings up this modal. You see a default avatar over here, and we can see your profile name, which you can actually go on to update. So if you just add a couple of dots over here and give this a save, then this goes on to actually update your username. We're not going to spend so much focus on this, but this is straight up updating a record in your database. And if you give this a refresh, you can see we're going to also have the couple of eyes displayed over here. So let's bring it up, and you can see this was actually saved. And I'm also going to just revert the changes by updating, saving, and once this is done, we should get settings saved over here. So let's check the appearance. Here in appearance, you can also toggle your theming, so the system, the dark mode, or you can go with the light theme, whichever you prefer. I'm just going to stay on, I actually do not have so much preference, but I'm just going to stay on the light theme. And profile here, we have seen an account. This is where you can go on to log out of the application. So let's go on and log out of the application. Is going to call Supabase Auth sign out, and we are back here where we started. Now let's check the logs that we have in the application. We can see over here, if you take a look at the logs, you can see this was compiling. This is after the navigation went through, we are redirected, and here we can see the auth action was called, and also we saw the settings action, and then the builds page, and now the authentication action to sign us out of the application. Let's head over to Supabase. Let's see what's changed in our profiles table. This is currently loading up, and now you can see this user ID, the user Supabase ID, the email, the name, the username, because we were presented with the username, the avatar URL, created that, and also updated that. Now, if you also take a look at the different at authentication, and you see users here, we also have the same user registered in Supabase. This is the authentication schema Supabase manages internally, and you can see the provider, when we created, and everything over here. Now let's go on and test the other two methods that we have. So I'm going to come back to the table editor, and I'm going to be testing out the email authentication. Now for the email authentication, I use this actual email address to register. So I'm going to test this over here. So over here in localhost port 3000, I'm going to click on create account, and I'm going to continue with Google. Once you hit on this, you're going to be navigated over to the Google OAuth flow. I'm going to click right over here, select your Google account. You want to go on to continue to grant the different privilege. And once you do this, you're going to be navigated over to the application. Everything cool. So you can see we are now navigated here. This is itslaribright, that is the name of the Google account. And you also see the same here. You can also sign out from here and also from here as well. And if you double check the profiles table, we now have two over here, two users. This is the user that currently signed up to our application with this avatar URL, the created that, and also the updated that. Cool. And also if you check Supabase users, we now have two users here, and the provider for this user, or we can refresh it here, is now Google provider, just as we see over here. Now let's go and test that the GitHub authentication works as well. So for that, we're just going to come over to this other screen, which is where I have my GitHub account. I want to click on create account, and I'm going to continue with GitHub. This is going to navigate us into the GitHub OAuth flow. You can see the name of the application we registered. We also get some personal user data here. I'm going to authorize this, and then the GitHub OAuth flow is going to navigate us over to the route, create the user, and you can see hi Bright Alaribe. This is the user that just authenticated over here. And you see the settings. You can also see the logo here, which is going to be my GitHub profile logo over here. And that's actually the same for this application. If you check over here in the settings, this will just display this, which is my Google profile avatar URL. And then you can see here we have this new user here, which was registered in our profiles table. So this is the new GitHub user over here. And if you also come over to authentication, you would see we now have 3 users over here with the GitHub provider. Cool. So now authentication is working in our application. We do not need to waste any more time. This is the moment for us to go into the build of application. Let's go on and understand how can we create an application that's like Replit. Hello everyone, before we continue, it is important that we understand the architecture of what we are about to go into. We want to create a system where a user can type right into here and create websites. There's actually a whole lot of moving parts, as you would imagine, that goes on for this to be possible. And without us understanding the architecture, then it becomes a little bit challenging for us to be able to know how our application works. Let's take a look here. So what happens when the user types into this input box that we have over here? This is actually fast. The browser is where we have the architecture really fast. So the user types into the prompt, and that is responsible, or the responsibility for this form that we see over there is the new project form. Let's go over to that component here. I'm just going to search for the new project form over here, which is this form that we have over here. Now, when the user comes right here, we have the project prompt form, which is the form that actually goes on to have the input. As we can see over here, this is the form with the input. This input, something you should see here is we have this intent here, which is going to be part of the form data. And this is the text area. And here we see the error message, and we see the button and the arrow, and just basically all the UI that we see over here. Now, when the user types in here, this action is going to get called. And this action we see here is the project action file. So this project action is going to get called, and the project action goes on to validate, also make sure the user is authenticated. It goes on to create the roles, and it creates a queue, or it adds a job to a queue. This is super straightforward. Let's take a look at this action. If we come right here into the action, this is the project action here, which is imported from this file here. So let's come over to the projects action file, and we can see here we just have a bunch of to-dos. Now this is the to-do here, as we saw with the intent to create. So whenever the intent is create, this is the piece of code that gets called. So what are we going to do over there? We are going to do validation to make sure the user is authenticated. We're also going to validate the form data. We're going to create a database role, and we add a job to the queue. This is where Ingress is going to come in. Ingress is going to help us to manage jobs, tags, and queue. And then we are going to make use of E2B, which is going to be the sandbox where the code is going to live, the generated code. And then we have the redirect to the UI. So the user just types in here, we update our database, and we redirect the user to the project screen, which we have not seen at this moment. Now what happens next? This action, so that means this file that we have over here is going to go on and persist and then queue, just as we see over here. So it's going to go to Supabase, also the Postgres project. So it's going to create a project in our database, and then it's going to call agent run, and then also have the first message, which is the message the user is going to send. So that's the actual prompt. And then we call ingest.send. This send over here is going to be the actual job, and this is going to return immediately. Now this job that is going to be registered at this point is going to be picked up by a certain function. So as we see over here, this is where things starts becoming a little bit slow, because Inngest is going to pick up this event over here, and once Inngest picks up this event, it sends a post request. So this is going to need a trigger, and the trigger here is going to be the fact that the user has typed in here. This here, whenever this is called, this is going to trigger this request, so this post API ingest, and this is where things start getting a little bit interesting. So here, this is going to create a sandbox in our E2B. So each stage is going to be durable, and it's going to be managed by a step.run, which we do not understand at this moment. No worries, we're going to get over there. So here we're going to create a sandbox. AI is going to do its customization, go on to install the dependencies, build the project, start the project, and then we are going to see a preview over here. Now I'm just going to zoom out a little bit from here. So I just zoom out a little bit so that we can see everything in full. And then what happens when this is done? This is where the website is going to be built. So OpenAI is going to edit the application code from the user prompt. E2B Sandbox is going to give us a cloud virtual machine, so we can go on to install things right into the machine, run npm, run build, vid preview. So we're going to give it a way where each application the user creates is going to be a vid application, and this is the point where you can go on to customize it if you want to accept, let's say, Next React Native application, things like that. This is where you're going to be able to plug that in, and then it's also going to update the database with the preview URL and also the snapshot. Now, once this is done and we have a preview URL, the user is going to see the live website URL, and then this here, which had the state of working, is going to be completed, and the user is going to see the actual UI. So this is just a way, a key based on the blue is going to be the browser, Next.js, and things like that. All right, so this is the overall architecture of everything we are going to build. Now we are going to start from here. The user is going to type into the prompt and say something like hello world, like this. And when the user hits save, we should see this returned over here. So if we just log over here, so if we add a console.log here and want to log something like user hits create, and want to also see the data. So to get the data over here, we already have data, so we can do something like data dot, and you can see the intent and also the prompt. So let's log the prompt to the console, give this file a save, make sure your application is still up and running because this is going to be on the server side, and let's submit this hello world over here. So I'm going to hit submit, and then it does like it's doing some work, and here you can see this gets called, and we should see this printed to the console, which I do not see. Okay, yeah, so here is it, user hits just as we see here, create, and then we see hello world, which is the actual prompt. So now we have gone through this stage in terms of our architecture. This is the stage we're going to be working on next, which is the action. We need to do the validation, go on and have ingest in our application. So talking about ingest, that's what we are going to be focusing on in the next video, because now we have done the validation. All this over here is the validation. We have Zod that we use for validation, so we did not spend so much time here. We also have authentication. Retrieve current user is just making a request over to supabase.auth.getUser. If it's not able to retrieve the user, then it's going to return an error, but if it does, then it goes on to find the user in our database, making use of that user ID. So we go through the users table, just as we have updated right in here. We have updated the user table. If you come over to the table editor, we saw this user table. This has now been updated, so we're going to retrieve the user at this point and return the profile, or we can return null. So if this auth helper goes on to return null, then we're going to tell the user you must be signed in. But if we have it, then we are going to continue from here. So let's focus on this here, creating the rows, enqueue, ingress. This is where the magic happens. So come over to ingest. I do call it ingress, so sorry about that. If I mistakenly call it ingress at some point, I actually mean ingest. So come over to ingest, do create an account. I already have one already, and in the next video we are going to create an ingest client that we can connect with and also have a local development application running for ingest. So let's focus on those next. Now let's get into the thick of the action. We are going to start up. If you check the architectural video that we have over here, you see we have two stages, or let's say two phases. The first is where we go on to persist and also go on to add in queue. So we're going to add a job in the queue. So we have these two. I think we should get started first with the Supabase side of things, and once we are done with the Supabase side of things, then we are going to follow up with ingest. So let's just follow up with the Supabase side of things. And what do we need to do when a user tries to create a project? So when the user types right into this input box that we have over here, so when the user types in here and send, what happens next? This action is going to get called. And the first thing, I'm just going to remove this boilerplate code that we have over here. We need to check if the project already exists in our database. We need to go on and create the project. But to create a project, we need the project name. So remember, the user is not giving us a name. All they are giving us is what we see over here is the actual prompt. So how do we get the project name? We're going to get the name, and we already have a helper function for that. And that helper function is called project name from prompts. And let's actually take a visit and look at this function. So you see, this function takes in the prop, and what it does, it goes on to trim it and do some regex validation on it, and then it will go on to take some the first 60 characters of that specific prompt. Otherwise, we default back to untitled project. This just goes on to give us the project name. So now we have the name over here. It needs the actual prompt, and the prompt is going to be coming from the data, just as we saw in the console.log. So data.prompt. So this gives us the name. We also need the slug. Now the slug, the reason why we are making use of let is because we can reassign the slug. So we're going to say this is also going to be this project slug from name, and the project slug from name goes on to generate the slug of the project from the name. So if we also take a look at this from the project helpers, this goes on to take the name, it calls lowercase, it goes on to replace any character that is not A to Z or 0 to 9. It replaces it with a hyphen, and then it also goes on to replace any hyphen with an empty space, and it goes on to take the first 48 characters of that prompt. Otherwise it defaults to project. So here we now have this log, and after this log we want to check if this is already existing in our database. So we want to know if this slug already exists, and if it exists, then we are going to generate a unique slug for the user. So that could be a case where users come to the application, and let's say they click on this and another user comes and click on this. So they are sending the same prompt, and in this case, this is going to be the same. So the name and the slug. So we want to check if it already exists, then we'll go on and update the slug and give the user a new slug. So here we're going to say existing. Like this is going to be equals to await, and we can call the find project by profile ID and slug, which is another method that has already been created, and this is going to need the user ID. So we are going to pass the user ID from here. So remember, we have this validation here that gives us the current user. So we pass the user ID, and it also needs the project slug. So we also pass the slug over here. And if we also come here, you can see this is just making a request to our database, and it's just selecting from the users table. We have the where clause here, the limit is equals to 1, and this is going to check if we get a existing, or we could get null. If we have existing, that means this already exists in our database. We do not want to continue. We want to go on and update the slug. So the slug is then going to be equals to, and let's generate a unique slug. So for that, I'm just going to add the slug here, and we're going to make use of the crypto library. So it's a hyphen, and then we want to say crypto, just like this. We also need the backtick over here. So we say crypto, and we're going to call .random UUID, and we want to call .slice, and this is going to take in, let's say, the number, the start and the end. So we can go with the first 4 characters, and now you see we generate a unique slug. Okay, so now we have a unique slug for the project, for that specific project. We want to create the project in our database. So we're going to say const project is equals to await, and we're going to await create project. Create project is another method that we have already defined from the model. Create project needs the data, so we're going to pass this object. The profile ID is going to be the user.id. What else does it need? It also needs the project name. It also needs the project slug, so we can pass the slug over here. It also needs the prompt. The prompt is going to be data.prompt, and it needs the status. The status is enum, so we can be active, archive, and draft. So we're going to go with draft at this stage, and then we're going to give it a visibility. We do not want this to be publicly available, so it's going to be actually private, just like this. And what else do we need? We need the preview status, and the preview status is going to be building, like this. So now we have created the project, and we also need to do some other things. We need to create a project run, so a project agent run. So we're going to say this run is equals to await create agent run, just like this. Is going to come from the agent run model. I know this might actually look a little bit confusing for the agent run, so let's take a look at our database schema and the agent run. So this is our agent run, and you can see whenever you give it a prompt, the agent is going to be triggered to run. So in this case, we are creating an agent run. You can see the project ID, you can see the profile ID, the prompt, the status, which is the status over here, succeeded. So that specific run, this is going to store the metadata. So we can see the finished, when it started, and this is when it finished. So this is going to tell us how long the agent actually took to complete. So you can see the error message, the life cycle stage, and that is the agent run we are creating at this point. So this agent run, as we just saw, is the project ID. which is going to be the project that has been created by create project ID. And then it also needs the profile ID. We know the profile ID. Oops. We know the profile ID. So the profile, and for some reason I do not see profile here. So let me quickly double check agents run. So we actually have profile ID and I do not get auto completion. I'm not sure why. So yeah, that's because we made a mistake here. So this should not be profile ID like this. So this should be user.id, and then this should be project ID. And project ID is going to be the project.id. And what else do we need to pass? We need to pass the prompt, which is going to come from the data, and not data.intent, data.prompt. And lastly, we can pass the status, and it's going to have a status of queued, just like this. Now we have one more to create, and that is the agent message. So await. We do not need to store this. So create agent message, and create agent message is also another model that needs to come in. This is going to take in the project ID, which is going to be the project.id. Where else is it going to take? It's also going to be taken in the agent run ID, which is going to be the run.id that we just have above. This also is going to take in the role. The role is going to be equals to user, because we are the one creating the message, not the agent. This is a type, and all of these are going to be displayed at the activity bar, which we'll see in a moment. The type is going to be text, and what else do we need to pass? The content is going to be data.prompt like this. So let's give this file a save. And what else do we do? Now, this is the Supabase side of things. We also need to do one thing. Just as we saw, we need to redirect the user, and redirect needs to come in from next navigation. And we're going to redirect the user to the project href. And there we need the username, which is going to be the user.username. And we also need to pass in the project slug, and the project slug is going to be the project.slug. Now let's just take a look at this project href that we brought in. So I'm just going to come right into here. This also is going to come from the project helpers, and you can see this is just slash, and then we encode URI component for the username dot slice. We want to remove the @ because we're adding it here. So if you take a look at your database, you would see all the username here has this @ over here, which can lead to some issues whenever you try to visit the username. So what we do, we add it manually and we slice it off, and then we take the user to the project log. So let's give this a trial. Let's give this a save. Open up your terminal window. Just quit your terminal window, clear, and make sure your terminal window is up and running. And once you confirm it's up and running, you can try this out. So I'm just going to give this a refresh. And let's go on and give the AI a prompt. So I'm going to tell it to go on and build a SaaS landing page. We hit here, and this is going to complete the first phase that we saw over here. This is currently updating our database record, and then it's going to navigate the user over to that route that we saw. So we'll just give this a moment for Next.js to do its thing. And now you see we are here. We get this beautiful flashy animation here, which has a project. So this is the preview canvas. We have here which says agent is working, because that is the current state. The agent isn't working at this point. We see the message over here, build a SaaS landing page with the prompt, and we have this which is also fixed. For now, we do not have E2B, so these files, there's nothing actually going on at this stage. So this is the page that happens, what happens at this point. And because we are creating a project, an agent run and an agent message, we can see those values right in here. So if we check agent runs, you would see this is the agent run with this prompt. You can see we also have a project. This is this project we just created. Agent messages, this is the type, the role user we just created over here. This is working out fine and good, and this completes the first stage of our architecture. So over here, this completes the Persist stage of Supabase. You can see the project, agent run, and the first message that we have over here. This has been completed. Now we need to set up Inngest. Inngest is what is going to take that prompt from us, hand it over to our AI. You say, hey, the user requested this. Do go on and build this in the background so that the user can continue doing other aspects of the application. And this is what Inngest is going to do, and this is the interesting part of the application. And you can see now we have this user flow. So the user gives a prompt, the action, and the user is redirected over here. Now we also have this path done, and the user is going to be working here. And once all this is done and completed and the UI is updated, the preview is then going to be set back to the UI, because currently the preview isn't just displaying. So this is our architecture. Let's go on and integrate Inngest straight up in our project. I just did a quick search over here, what is Inngest, so that we get some explanation out of the way before we go hands in code. So you can see, based on this AI overview, Inngest is a developer framework that lets you build reliable background jobs. This is what we need: complex workflow and AI agent pipelines. This is specifically what we need for our use case. We need reliable background jobs, we need complex workflows, and we also have AI agent pipelines using standard code. And you can see the core concept is you have events, you have different steps, which are individual units of work inside the function. So we're going to have this function done over here, and a durable execution where functions can pause for a long period, wait for external input, or survive server timeouts without losing their state. So let's go into it. I'm going to just close this up over here, and you want to come over to Inngest. So come over to app.inngest.com. This here is your production environment, as you see over here. To get your development environment up and working, because this isn't going to work for our own use case, this is going to work. What I mean is the production environment is not going to work. We need to change things up just a little bit by coming over to applications. And over here in applications, you will get a feel on how to get started. Go on and sync your first Inngest application. So if you click on this get started section here, you would see that an Inngest app is a group of functions that is served on a single endpoint or server. So what this means, we also need an endpoint that Inngest functions is going to be served. So functions that a server that is going to be, or list different functions that Inngest is going to serve. Now we need to make sure we run this. We have already installed Inngest in our application. It's already part of our development build. So you just want to copy this over here, and we are going to get a local preview on localhost port 8288 over here. So let's go ahead and do that over here. I'm going to come back to the application, and we are going to get Inngest up and running, but we need to also set up the Inngest client. So as we just saw over here, we need to set up an endpoint or a server where we're going to list different functions. We do not have functions configured yet. We do not even have the Inngest client, so we are missing some things. One thing we should actually do here, because we are going to be connecting to our development Inngest workflow, we need to update our .env package. This .env needs to have the Inngest, so INNGEST, Inngest _dev. You need to set this to 1. So this here needs to be set to 1, just like this. Is actually required because you're in development. So set this to 1. Once you have that set, the next step is for us to create the Inngest client. So how do we create the Inngest client? If you check the source folder here, in the source folder, you can create a folder for Inngest. This should already come here. And then you need to create the client.ts file. Once you have this client.ts file, you can see here, this has already been configured. This is our Inngest client over here, configured like this. And we can just get rid of this to do comment here because we have already configured this. And you see this Inngest client, if you hover on this, this is going to take in the ID. The ID is more or less like an application that is going to be registered for you. So you import Inngest from Inngest, and then you have Inngest is going to be equals to a new instance of Inngest, and you pass in the ID, and this ID you pass in here is going to be the name of the application. Okay, so now we have this done. The next step for us, or let me just give some extra explanation. This ID that we set to build it is going to be the name of the application inside the Inngest dashboard, and also the local development server that we have over here. Now that we have this up and running, the next step, or the next thing we need to do, is to go on and have a route that is going to serve different Inngest functions. So here we have in the source folder, in the app, and then we have the API, we have this folder for Inngest and the route.ts. So this means request coming to /API/Inngest, and then this route.ts is going to be handled right in here. So over here, we're going to import the ingest client that we created here. And we're going to call serve from ingest/next, and we pass in the client right in here and the function. So as you can see, the functions is currently empty, but any function we create is going to be registered right into this route over here. So I'm going to still leave this to do because we do not have the functions right in here. So we're going to be adding the functions. Now, the next thing we need to do is for us to create the different functions. So we have the route, but we are lacking the functions. These are functions that is going to help us to handle everything we need to handle in terms of AI and in terms of creating the different jobs. We need to create at least 3 functions. You can create more. And how do you go on to create these different functions? So right here in Inngest, we have functions, and we already have the 3 functions here. But these functions, as we can see here, they are just empty to do. So we are going to be implementing this function, and we're also going to be implementing this function, and we're also going to be implementing this function on our own. So there's something I want us to do already, because in the route.ts, we need to serve the function. So I'm just going to get rid of this comment we have over here. And in this first function, we can go on to bring in the project build function, which is going to come in from the functions. We also need to register, let's say, the project recovery. This is going to help us for recovery, project recovery. Yeah, project preview recovery. We also need to bring it in. And then the project publish also, project publish also needs to come in as well from the functions. And then this is also over here. We have configured the ingest client, and we have also served the different functions. Now we have served the functions. The functions are not just going to work automatically. We want to call these functions in here. We need to find a way to tell Inngest, hey, okay, we've done something. You have registered, or you have this route, and we have registered the functions, but we need something in this action that is going to trigger that function. That is what we are going to be creating next. We're going to see how we can go on to trigger Inngest straight up in application and hand it over steps or functions that is going to help us in building out our application. This is going to be a very short one. We actually now are going to go straight up or see a way how we can tell Inngest we need it to run some functions, that the functions we have registered there. So we need to tell it what function, because here we have like 3 functions that we have registered, and we need to somehow trigger a job for Inngest to run in the background so that we can step out, we can close our browser tab, and those functions will keep on running. Now, before we get into it, I actually need to create one more message here, and this message is going to be an agent. So we're going to give it the same project and also the same run ID, but the role here is going to be the role of assistant. So we're going to say this is now our agent that has taken over from this point. The type over here is still going to be like not text. The type is going to be status, and the content we have here is not going to be the data.prompt. It could be something like working on your project, something like this. Now, how do we trigger Inngest? Because this could fail. We are going to have a try catch block, and if something goes wrong, we want to log the error to the console. So we're going to console.log failed to enqueue follow up like this, build. And we also want to make sure we log the error to the console. So here we're also going to have the error. But this isn't enough. We also want to go on and return. I want to return this object here. And this object we are going to have is going to have a success, which is going to be false. And we also want to have a message. So we're going to have a message here, and the message is going to say could not start the agent, something like this. And then we want to tell the user try again. So now this is the try block. And how do we go on to start the agent? We are going to await Inngest. Inngest should come in from the Inngest client that we created. So this Inngest client, this is where we are bringing in the importation. So now we have Inngest here. We are going to go in and call .send. And this send needs the payload, event, and the options. So we're just going to go on to pass these options here that we have. So the payload is going to be this send event payload, and then it's also going to take in an optional options here. So you see the send, we are going to pass in this name, which is this name over here, and the data. This data you pass in here is going to be available to these functions you have registered here as arguments. Let's see how that works. So here we're going to send, and we pass in this object here. We can pass in the name just as we saw, and this name, you can store this name in constant, but I'm just going to go with a name like project and then build dot, let's say, requested, something like this. You want to have this stored in constant so you do not have magic strings all over your application, and whenever you want to update this, you have to update this everywhere in your application. And then let's have the actual data. So remember what I told you, that this data is going to be available to the different functions. So we need the project ID in those functions, and we also need the run ID. The run is for it to update our database. So the project ID is going to be the project.id, and it also needs the run ID, which is going to be the run.id. You can add more here. As I said, this is just going to be available to those functions. So I'm going to give this a save, and this is pretty much all that we need to do to hand this over to Inngest. This goes on to create the trigger, but trigger for what? Trigger for the functions that we have registered here. Now we're going to focus on these functions because we registered 3 functions, and you might be saying, what if we want to call one function? Why do we need the 3 functions? That's the question we're going to answer next. Let's see how these functions we have registered can help us build our agent, and how we can go on to have the function that we need for a specific use case. Now, how do we go on to call a specific function? This is a trigger for Inngest that we want to have some kind of workflow. So I'm just going to copy this over here, and I'm going to open up a new, I'm going to split this in 2 because I just want to show us something that we have in this route.ts. You see, we have 3 functions. I'm going to get started with the project build because this is unique for our case. So if you come over to this project build here, which is this file over here, I'm just going to get rid of everything we have here so that we can start things up from the ground up. But you can see over here, we have this create function. So we have this ingest.create, or maybe I just get rid of everything so that we can see how it works. So the project build function that we register in this route, you need to call ingest just like this. And ingest is going to give us this create function because we want to create a function. And you can see we just need to pass in some options here. And after the options, we're going to pass in the payload, or more or less, this payload is the send event payload, which is going to be actually not for this. So not for this, actually, I'm looking for the handler because you can see here, yes. So this is the first argument here. And the next argument is the handler, which is the handler with the trigger. So this is going to be this function that we're going to have over here. So let's see how it works so it's not too much confusing. So here we are going to pass in these options, and the options needs the ID. This ID is just for us to identify this right into our Inngest application, which would actually spin up and running in a moment. So let's give it the ID of project-build, and then we can pass some triggers. So what trigger is going to call this function? Now this is going to take in a list and object here where we can pass in the event, and the event is going to be this event in our dashboard, this project build requested. We need to come over here and say, hey, whenever the project build requested is called, this is going to be called, because here we have registered this as the event. Now remember what I told you, the second argument you can pass to this just after this is the actual handler. So this handler is going to be an async function for sure, because we want to do asynchronous work, and this over here is the function. Now in this async function, we can go on and destructure because we have access to the event as we see over here. And we also have access to what we can call the different step just over here like this. Now we are going to do a log, something like a bit of log over here. If we want to log event.data. So let's go on and test this. Let's just go on and console.log events here. And I'm just going to paste this in here so that we can see it very much visible in the log. And here I want to log the event. So event has this data property on it, but I just want to log the entire event object. And maybe somewhere here we can just go on to return an object that says okay true. This is just for testing purposes, of course, or true, you know, whatever works. So I'm going to save this and I'm going to close this so that we can have more real estate for us to work with. And we need to save our Inngest application. So open up your terminal. You want to make sure your Next.js application is also up and running. So you want to keep two terminal windows open. Over here, you're going to run the npm run dev command to spin up your Next.js application. And to spin up Inngest, we need to come over here and just copy this here. So you copy this npx ingest-client at latest dev, and you just drop this right in here. So you give this a moment. Remember, you need to have that value in your .env. So I'll just go there once again. You need to have this value like this ingest dev in your application. Now you will see ingest. So API/ingest is returning 200. You can ignore all these that you have over here, all these xingest notify functions. This is not required in the application, but you can see we are getting 200 because we already have the route that Inngest is sending requests to. Now let's check up our local host. I'm just going to click into this route and we come over here. Now you're going to see no result found, and this is under runs because we haven't triggered a run. We're going to trigger one in a moment. Let's take a look at applications. So now you see we have our application right over here with 3 functions because we registered 3 functions. UV view functions is also going to take you over here in functions, and you can see all the functions here. You can invoke them manually, which we are not going to do in this case. And when you do the function, or when you have a run, you're going to see the run over here and also the different events. Let's give this a trial. I'm going to come back to the application and we're not going to be like working on this page. So what's going to happen, I'm just going to come over here. So I'll just quit this and I want to come over to the home page of our application. And over here in the home page of our application, so we are here, we see we have one project, which was a project we created some minutes ago. And I'm actually going to try with the same prompt so that we can see it's going to generate a unique slug. And I would click into this. So remember, once you click into this, we now have this over here. So we have this here, but we also have this in the action, which is then going to trigger this. And once this project build requested is called, this function that we have registered in the route is going to get called, and we should expect to see this console, this log printed in the console of definitely our Next.js application. So I'm going to try this out. I'm going to send this, and now that I have sent this, let's just keep an eye over here what's going to happen so we can see. And here we see it. So we see the event here, we see the log over here, and we also see ingest is being called. So you see subscribing to event and publishing the event. You can see the caller is the API, the event name is the project build requested. You can see this object here, which is like the metadata of that specific event. If we take a look at the Next.js side of things, we are already seeing this log over here, the event and the step. So this is the event and this is the step, which is the project build requested. Sorry, not the step. This is the actual what we registered right here. And the event object, you can see data has project ID and run ID because over here we passed it over here. So that's why we see this. We also did see the event name. Maybe this is a timestamp and some user configuration here. So I'm just going to stop this because the console can get, actually I'll just bring it back up in a moment because we didn't take a look at the Inngest dashboard. So now I'm just going to bring this back up and running. Give this a moment. Now that it is back and running, we are going to come back and take a look at Inngest. So this is our Inngest local server. Just give this a refresh so that we can then see the functions, the runs. We can see, okay, we do not have any runs because that session must have been removed when we stopped it. So I'm just going to give this a quick tryout again. I'm going to come over here and just give it, let's say, a different prompt at this time again. So I'm going to send this off, and once I do, let's see what happens. Over here in Inngest, we can see we have this event. You can see the functions that has been triggered is only one function, not all the functions that we have. If you come over here, this is going to take you, give you more information about that specific function. You can see everything that we just saw in the long, the timestamps, run ID, everything over here. And I'm just going to close this. And if you come back here in the runs, you see now you have these runs over here. If you also click, you get more information. You can see the function, payload, everything right in here, looking nice and cool just over here, just like this. Okay, so now we know the ingest part of our application. We are currently in this stage. So we are currently in this stage, ingest, the project build. This is the space, the space we are going to be working on now. So I think we have done this already. So ingest goes on to send the project build requested and it returns immediately. We have done this already. Now we are going to be working on this. Ingest is going to pick up that event and then it's going to forward it up, create a sandbox, and that is where E2B comes into the application. But first, let's go on and create some runs. Let's see how we can go on to tell the agent, hey, now that we are calling you as an agent, we want you to do some things in our application. Let's see how we can tell our agent to go on and run certain steps in building out our project. So this is where we're going to be focusing on next. Hello everyone, I'm just going to put out a little disclaimer out there that the code we're about to write is going to be a little bit confusing, but there isn't anything you should be afraid of because I'm going to walk us through everything we are writing. Is actually a whole lot of functions that came from constant practice, building out the project, learning. So it could just take a while, but once I walk us through, I believe it's going to just become pretty much clear, and this is going to save us a lot of time creating this helper function so that we can focus on building out our own version of Replit clone. So we're just going to be bringing in the imports and I'll walk through the different files. That's all we're going to be doing straight up in this video before we continue our project build. So I'm just going to get rid of this so that we can bring in all the imports that we need just right in here. So are you ready? Let's go. Let's start. We need to start by importing the create agent message. We need this. You have already seen this, and this is going to be coming in from the features, the project message model server file. And after this, we also need to bring in some other helpers model. So let's bring in find agent run by ID. We also need the update agent run progress. We need all of these. We also need the update agent run status. This is going to be coming in from the agent run model. So all of these, which as I said earlier, you might not be familiar with, but we're going to take a look at them. Then we also need to bring in some things from the preview helpers. So we need to bring in the audit product fidelity. We also need to audit visual quality. We also need to bring in the create build repair prompt. We also need to bring in customize app with AI. We also need to bring in ensure view or allowed host, vit allowed host. We also need to bring in flatten nested vit project. And what else? We also need the format sandbox command error. We also need the inspect application customization. We also need the seed minimal vit project because we are creating a vit React.js application. And then we also need the scrub markdown fences from sources. This is another thing I noticed. And then we also need to wait for health preview. All of this is going to come in from the features, the project preview helpers file. Okay, so let's also bring the format agent run duration. This is going to be seen on the agent message site navigation, and this is going to be coming in from the features project helpers. Then we also need to bring in some things from the project model. So that is going to be the find project by ID. What else do we need? We also need the update project sandbox. We also need to bring in the update project source snapshot. And all of these are going to be coming in from the features. And then we have the projects and the project model.server file. Then we also need to bring in something from the project source snapshot. And those are the restore project source and also the snapshot project source. We need to bring all of these, and this will come in from the project model server file. And sorry, not from the project model, it's coming from the preview source snapshot server. Now we're almost done, but we need to bring in like 4 more left. So let's bring them in. We are going to bring in the provision generate chatcn components, which is going to come in from the features, projects, and we have the chatcn registry server file. And we then need to bring in the ingest client as well. So let's import the ingest client, which is going to come in from the ingest client file that we created earlier. We also need to have this sandbox, which is going to come from E2B code interpreter. So we're going to take a look at E2B in a moment in upcoming videos. And we also need to bring in this non-reliable error, retriable error, which is going to come in from ingest. So please just bring in the imports and let's have a brief walkthrough. And finally, we're going to have this sandbox current working directory, which is going to be equals to home user. And I would also show us this in our project sandbox, E2B Sandbox. So we have loads and loads of functions that we did bring in here. And as I said earlier, this was as a result of me building this project beforehand and also testing. So I did notice a whole lot of things that I was, improving. And this you can see the import is close to 40 lines of code. So imagine what we have into all of these files. So imagine this is actually a whole lot that we have here. So I did not want to type, all of this with ours. So that's why I'm providing it here. We already have seen the create agent message, and this goes on to just update, insert the agent message in our database. Pretty much straightforward. This agent message is going to be displayed on this section that we have over here, the side navigation panel that we do have over there. And what else? We also have the agent run model. The idea is the same. This agent run model is just going to update the value in our database. So this here takes the now, the values is going to be the status, the updated at and the error. If the status is running, then we set the started at to be now. If it's not successful, we set the values finished at to be now, so that we know what value we're updating, and then we can go on to update the agent runs in our database. We also have the preview helpers, and this is where most of the work is, as we have seen. And then we have this seed files, which goes on to like a boilerplate that we can use to get started. You can see the package.json. We go on to seed with this json.stringify, the name, private, the version, the type. You can see we also have some default scripts, and these scripts are actually needed because our sandbox, our virtual machine, is going to need a script. You can see we also have some basic dependencies and also development dependencies that the Vite application we are creating is going to need over here. All right, so we have this, and we just going to also have some boilerplate code, export default, define config, just as you will have in a Vite application. We also go on to register the plugins, the server. So we just go on to provide the boilerplate code that our application is going to be needing. Vite application is going to need. All of these should not look new to us if we have been working within the React.js ecosystem. So all these here, the tsconfig file, we also have the compiler options, and then we go on to also have this here, the path home user index.html. With this title, we have the body, so it has the ID of root. And over here, we have the script where we inject the main.ts file. And you can see the main.ts file has this here with the browser router. So we are creating a boilerplate code as you would have. You can also see we have these styles over here. And then we have this strip code fence is because I noticed this backtick whenever I try to prompt it. So I had this backtick. So we want to make sure we are removing any backtick. We also want to sanitize generated source code over here, like to remove any watermarks. If for some reason the model or the agent added them into a section. So these are the different helpers that we have over here. Quite a lot of helpers. So imagine we spending time to write out every header that we have over here. This is going to take actually a whole lot of our time, over 500, 600, or maybe 700 lines of code that we have over here. But this is just like a brief intro. As we use them, you're going to have a feel for these functions. We also have the project helpers. This just goes on to format the run duration, which is, where do we have it? Format run duration. So I'm just going to come straight up into this function. So this here just goes on to format the agent run duration, which is going to say worked for, just to have the minutes, and then to go on and have an S. So worked for 5 minutes, thereabout. And then we have the project model updating our database. We have the project source snapshot server here, which is going to help us to, like I said, this helps us to restore the project snapshot. And I'll tell you why this can actually be useful in a moment. And what else do we have? We also have the snapshot project source, and we have the SHA-CN registry, which is going to provision some generated SHA-CN components that could be used in the application. So that's the work for this over here. Adding in the dependencies as well. And what else do we have here? The current working directories, because in the sandbox from E2B, the files, our project files, is going to be in the home/user, and we're going to see all those files. Okay, so this is just for the importation and the project walkthrough, just a brief walkthrough. I know you might still have some doubts. Some things might not generally make sense, but let's continue building out the project. And once we continue, we are going to have a feel for what we are doing. So let's add the first function, the first step that is going to run in our project. Hello everyone, so I hope you are still following up in the course. Let's just check our architecture. So now we have forwarded this over to Inngest, and this is where we are at this point in time. So the project build, and each stage is going to be a durable step run. So let's see how we can go on to do this. Okay, so I'm going to come back here into our application, and I'm going to get rid of this boilerplate code that we have. We need to have different steps. So let's say this is a handler. What are we going to do over here? The first thing we're going to do straight up inside this async function is for us to go on and get the event data that we just saw. So we're going to destructure all of these, and this is going to be equals to, and it's going to be equals to the event.data. And just as we saw on the log, not quite long, this is going to have this type, because currently if we try to get this from the event data, you can see we do not get any TypeScript auto completion. So we want to go on and cast the type here. We want to say we are passing the project ID, which is going to be of type string, and also we are having the run ID. The run ID is of type string because we just saw this in the logs not quite long. So that means we can destructure the project ID as well as the run ID from here. So let's have our first step that we just saw from the architecture. We can have this step.run over here, and this step.run is going to need the ID of this specific step that is unique to this step. So we can call this mark-running like this. And then we need to go on to have the actual function that is going to be handled or handle this step. So we're going to have this async function over here just like this. All right, so this is just basically how it works. We're going to have different steps like this that is going to be registered. So remember, this is coming in from our action of from the project. So this is coming in from here whenever a user goes on to create a new project by typing into the prompt. This is going to create some records in our database, and this is where we are at. So the build requested is now going to be handled by this. So we are saying, or we are writing the different AI steps over here. Now I'm going to bring in this bunch of code just over here like this. No worries, it's nothing too much at this point before we go over to the E2B. So we're going to await the update agent run status. This is going to take in the run ID and then the status, which is running. And we are also going to go and have this constant for the current run. So we want to get the current run. So find agent run by ID, which is the run ID. And the next thing is to have the current project. So the current project is going to be equals to await find project by ID. We are going to pass in the project ID. So we want to know if this is a follow-up prompt. So we're going to say const is follow-up. It's going to be if the current run is not equals to null, then we know that this is a follow-up. And also if the current project is not equals to null, and we also want to trim the prompt. So say if the current run.prompt.trim is not equals to the current project.prompt.trim, then we know that this is a follow-up message the user types in the input box. So we check if it's not a follow-up, then we want to create this agent message. So we're going to await create agent message, which is going to take in the project ID, and we are also going to pass in the agent run ID, which is the run ID, and then we are going to pass in the role. The role is going to be equals to assistant. We also need to pass in the type. The type over here is going to be equals to status, and we need to pass in the content, which is the message. The content could be something like working on your project. So the AI has taken charge and is currently working on our project. The AI hasn't taken charge at this point, but we already have this job that is running for this prompt. So I'm just going to format this real quick so we have this neat and nicely formatted. All right, so I'm just going to give this a save, and now we have this saved here. We need more because this isn't going to be enough for us to continue. Now we need to create the actual project that the user has prompted to create, but we need a sandbox. We need a place to store the different project files, the different configuration. We need a way to get the local host where this project is currently working, show the user the preview. We can't do this in the Node.js or Next.js system, internal system. We do not want to store the files in our Next.js system files directory. For that, we are going to make use of E2B. So E2B here, if you just check, let me just add a quick Google search over here. And I just made a search. What is E2B? You can see E2B is an open source code infrastructure that provides secure, isolated sandbox environment for AI agents to execute untrusted code, and it acts as a safe computer in the cloud where large LLMs can run code, perform data analysis, also test applications without risking the host system. So we have some features like the micro VP isolation, fast startup, flexibility, language agnostic, and we have some common use case like coding and AI agents. This is where we're going to allow autonomous agents to write, to test, and debug code safely in isolated Linux environments. This is our use case. This is our use case over here why we actually need this. So we're going to come over here. I'm just going to close this. You need to come over to e2b.dev. Do go and create an account, and you need the actual API key. So come over to API keys, which for now is not reachable for me. So just give me a moment. Let me do a little setup on my machine. And now I'm going to give this another trial. Okay, so let's try this again. I'm just going to hit on refresh over here, and this should now open up for us. So just give this a moment if it hasn't opened up for you. And we are here already. So you want to come over to API keys. And over here in API keys, we are going to go in and create a new key. So you want to create a new key here. Give this key a name. I'm going to give it the name of build it, the name of our application, and then I'm going to create. You want to create your own because I'm going to copy this. Remember, copy the key now. You won't be able to view it once again. So before I actually copy it, let me come over here in the .env file of the application. So I'm just going to quickly come over to the .env. And over here, we want to have the E2B API key, and the value is going to be equals to this value. So copy this, make sure you have yours. I'm definitely going to rotate this key once I'm done with this application build, and I will register this here and give this file a save. Okay, so now it's all good that we have E2B, we have Sandbox. We do not have any concurrent Sandbox that is up and running. Actually, this have some theme switcher, the light or the dark mode, whichever you prefer. So now we are going to create a Sandbox. Let's see how we can go on to create a Sandbox and actually connect to the specific Sandbox. We are going to be focusing on that E2B step of the application, which is the step that we have over here, the project build, where we're going to create a sandbox. AI is going to customize, install, build, start our application, and also give us a snapshot preview of our project. We are going to register another step, and this step is going to help us to create a sandbox, connect to a sandbox, and also maybe restore a project if a project already existed in the sandbox. Let's do all of those. So straight up after this step, I'm just going to come down here and we are going to have this new step over here. So this new step is going to be this constant, which we'll call the sandbox ID is equals to step.run, and it's going to have this name of ensure sandbox. So this is the handler right here, and here we want to have the project. I'm going to fix the formatting once this is done, and the project is equals to await find project by ID, which is going to take in the project ID. Then want to check if this project already has a sandbox ID. That means this is like a follow-up request or maybe a reconnection. So right in here, we want to retrieve the sandbox. So we're going to await sandbox to connect, and we're going to pass in that specific sandbox ID right in here. And then we want to await or give this timeout of 1 hour, which is 60 minutes. So we want the sandbox to not disconnect. We want to keep it up and running for up to 60 minutes. And then we want to assign the sandbox ID to be equals to this sandbox ID that we have over here. Then after that, in the catch block, let's say something went wrong. We want to have the replacement, which is awaiting sandbox.create, and we're also going to have this new sandbox if we are not able to connect to an existing sandbox. We want to create a new one and also give it a timeout of 1 hour, just like this. And then we're going to say if the project.source snapshot, just like this. So this project coming from our database. If this exists, then we want to go on and restore the project source. So we're going to always restore the project source so that when the user leaves and come back, the user can still restore the same project. So we're going to have the replacement and the project source snapshot like this. So we are storing a snapshot in our database. Otherwise, we're just going to await and go on to seed the minimum vid project. So if there is no project sandbox, we want to seed the vid project just as we saw last time, and we're going to pass in the replacement just like this. Then we can go on to await update project sandbox. So in our database, we want to pass in the project ID, and the data we're going to pass in here is the sandbox ID just like this. And we're also going to pass in the preview status, which is going to be equals to building. And the next thing we're going to pass in here is the preview URL, which is equals to null. Then finally, we can go on to return the replacement.sandbox ID just like this. So let's go and return the replacement.sandbox ID over here, and we can close all of this up just like this. So let's just have a quick walkthrough of the different code we have. But first, let's also create the sandbox. So we're going to say const sandbox is equals to await sandbox.create. We pass it the timeout, which is also equals to 1 hour. And then we're going to go on to run a quick update on the project. So update project sandbox, and this is going to take in the project ID, and it's also going to take in this data. The data is going to be the sandbox ID, which is the sandbox.sandbox ID, and it's going to take in the preview status, and the preview status is going to be equals to building. And finally, this is going to return the sandbox ID. So it could be a little bit confusing, but let's walk through it. So this is going to return the sandbox.sandbox ID, and that's pretty much it. We can then close this up over here. All right, so I'm just going to go through it. So maybe you can pause your screen and type this out. So I'll just go through it gradually, just like this over here. Okay, so what is this doing? This is going on to, this is a step we registered just as we registered this step over here. Now this step is going to try to find the project by ID in our database, and we want to return the sandbox ID. So this is the sandbox that we are going to be connecting or creating next, or connect. This is the sandbox we're going to be connecting to next. But the first thing we want to do is to check if this project already has a sandbox ID. So in our database, if you just come over to our DB, we have a sandbox ID for project somewhere here. And here we have the, let's see. So we have 3 projects we have created from previous. So here you can see we have the source snapshot, and somewhere here we should have the sandbox ID. So this is the sandbox ID. Now, if for some reason this project has a sandbox ID, so we are going to try to connect to it here and return the sandbox ID. So we connect and we return the sandbox ID. If it doesn't, we are going to have what is called a replacement. If this connection fails, then we're going to create a new sandbox for this specific project, and we are going to try to restore what we have, because if you create a new sandbox over here, you're going to lose your previous code. So we are storing the snapshot in our database, which is this project snapshot. As you can see, it's JSON bytes over here. So we are storing that in our database. We are going to try to restore the project sandbox. If you come over to this helper here, you can see this is doing some things like the different files and also the directories, and then it goes on to map through, and it uses the sandbox, this sandbox here, and the sandbox is of type this sandbox that comes from E2B code interpreter. So we try to manually write to the file system with this absolute path that we have over here and also the contents. So that's what we're trying to do over here. So we try to do it, otherwise we just go on to see the brand new project, because maybe something should be wrong over here, or maybe something is wrong over here. We just go on to seed new vid project, and then we update our application with the new sandbox ID, the preview status, and the preview URL, and then we're going to return the sandbox ID. And then we also go on to, if for some reason this is false, that means this is a first time build for this project, we're going to create a new sandbox. So you can see this is using sandbox.create as we just do over here, but this is using sandbox.connect. We use connect to connect to an already existing sandbox. We use create to create a new one. So we call sandbox.create, and then we're going to update a project sandbox and return this new sandbox ID over here. So sandbox is coming in from E2B code interpreter. So once you have that returned, this is then going to hold the value of a string, and with this we can then continue building out the AI agent flow of our application. Hello everyone, so at this point we have the sandbox ID. If this is an already existing, or if this is not an already existing project, we're going to create the sandbox and we return that created sandbox ID. At this point, we haven't connected to the sandbox. This is what we are going to be doing at this point. Let's connect to our sandbox, and once we connect to our sandbox, then we are going to test things out. So just after here, where we have this const sandbox ID, so somewhere around here, we can continue building out the project. So let's do that. We are going to say over here, const run is going to be equals to find agent run by ID. So we want to retrieve the agent run we created in the action. And then we are also going to say, if we do not have any agent run, then we want to throw an error that an agent run is not found, because at this point we should have an agent run. Let's also get the sandbox. So we're going to be connecting to the sandbox. We await the sandbox.connect to our virtual machine based on this sandbox ID. Let's also retrieve the project from our database. So const project is equals to await find project by ID. Then we are going to pass across the project ID. And if also we are not able to find the project, then we need to throw an error that this project is not found. So this is just some validation. We also want to know if this is a follow-up message. So if it's the user prompting the agent. So if this is a follow-up, we are going to say the run.prompt.trim if this is not equals to the project prompt trim. So this is a follow-up message over here. Then we're going to have this async function to post the thought of the agent based on this step ID and also the content, which is a string. So this is a function we are going to use further down the line. We are going to await the step.run, the step ID, the async function, and then we're going to await create agent message. So await create agent message is going to take in the project ID, which is this project ID that we have right up here. Then you're also going to have the agent run ID, which is equals to the run ID. We're also going to have the role. The role is equals to assistant. We have the type is equals to status. We also have the content. The content is going to be equals to content, which is right up here. And so this content here, and we also need the payload. The payload is of kind dot. Now you might be wondering, what are we doing, or where do we work with this payload, this type, this row? All these are used for virtual or visual purposes. So let me close this up, and once we have this closed, we are going to be formatting this over here. So this is the post dot function. What I'm just going to do now, I'm just going to format this. As you can see, we are not using this at this point. We are going to use this, which is going to run this step. So you can see this is running a step, and then we get the step ID. We go on to create the agent message based on the project ID, which we already have over here, the project ID and the run ID. So remember the action, we are sending this as data over here. We create the run over here just like this, and we also create the project here, and we hand over the tools for our ingest runner to continue the background job over there. So we have all of these. I think this is the best time for us to test what we have done so far and also have a feel for the application. Open up your terminal window. You want to split this in two because you're also going to start up your Next.js application. So npx run dev is going to start up the Next.js application, and to also start up your ingest, you also need to come here and run the ingest CLI at latest dev command. So make sure you run both, and actually we have an error. npx run dev is not able to start, so maybe I have an error somewhere. Let me just quickly double check, or maybe the start command. This is npm, yeah, npm run dev. Did I say npx? So maybe npm run dev like this is going to start up our Next.js application, and it does that. And then for ingest is npx ingest -cli at latest dev like this. So we are going to have both up and running. So you can just bring this up here so you can see the logs as we go on to connect over to our sandbox. So this Next.js application is already receiving requests from ingest, and let's go on to try this out. So I'm going to come back to the application, and here on localhost, you just want to give this come back to the landing page of the application, because over in the landing page of the application, not this page, the dashboard route, we are going to be redirected because we are already authenticated. We are going to be creating or sending over a new prompt. So let's just wait up for us to be here, and once you're here, just type in anything, send the prompt, and you should see what happens over in E2B. So let's just wait for us to be redirected, and once we are redirected, just come over here. You can see the logs being printed right in here, initializing function. You can see now here we have this get request which has navigated us over there. You can see ingest is being called. You can see it /API with the function ID. This is the function ID. Yes, we have this error over here. That's pretty much okay. We are going to be fixing this as we go. Here's a get request to this project route. It returns 501, but then you can see all of this. So let's come over here and let's check what's going on over here. You can see working on the project, and all these over here coming in from the activity sidebar, which I'll show us in a moment. So let's come over here to E2B. We should see now we should have one concurrent sandbox. Here, if you come over to sandbox, you see this. If you check the list here, you would also see the sandbox, and you get this disk space over here, up to 26 gigabytes space of data you can store. And let's click right in here. So this takes us to this specific sandbox, and I want us to take a look at the file system. So you can see this is now running for approximately 1 minute, and this has an uptime of 1 hour, which is now 58 minutes. If you check the file system, here you can see this /home/user, and there you have the different files. So that's what I was saying over here. We have this path here. So if you come here for the sandbox current working directory, this is /home/user, and this is where we are going to inject the different files that we have, which for now, as you can see, is currently empty. So now we are working in our sandbox. This is working as expected, and our Next.js application, for now, we do not have our AI agent. We do not have OpenAI integrated right in here. So for now, it's not actually doing any work. That is what we are going to do in upcoming steps of our application. So I'm just going to quit this for now, and also quit this as well. And then we can continue building out the project. We have the sandbox here. We need to make sure that this sandbox here is being populated with the different files that we have, and we also have this is follow-up. So we have actually a whole lot to do. Let's continue building out our own version of Replit. Hello everyone, so let's continue building out our own version of Replit clone. We have our sandbox over here. We have the post thought function, which is going to help us create the agent message over here. All right, so the next thing we are going to be working on right here is for us to get we're going to add more functions before we actually have the OpenAI integration. There are actually some couple of steps that we also need to go through. So I'm just going to come right over here. And the next function we are going to register is the fail run function. So this is going to be this async function. Fail run is going to need a step ID and the error message, which is of type string, and this is going to be returning a promise because it's an async function, but this promise is going to resolve to never. So let's await the step.run. We know we're going to get the step ID and the handler, which is this async function here. The first thing we're going to do is to go on and await the update agent run status, because at this point, if we're using this function, the step has failed. So we're passing the run ID, the status is failed, and we also want to pass the error message. Then let's go into await update project sandbox. This is going to need the project ID, and it's also going to need the metadata or the payload, which is this status, which is error like this. And then we want to go on and create an agent message because this has failed. We want to display this over in the activity sidebar. So this is going to take the project ID. It's also going to take in the agent run ID, which is going to be the run ID that we are sending over from the action. Then it also needs the role. The role here is going to be equals to assistant. The type also is going to be of type text, and the content for this is going to be the error message. Now let's go on and close this up here. And then the next thing we are going to do at this point, once we have all this function, is to go on and post a thought. So this thought is going to be displayed across to the user. So here we're just going to throw this non-retrievable error just over here, which is going to have the error message. And that closes the fail run function. So let's go on and have this await post thought, which is going to have the thought sandbox here as the identifier. And we want to check if this is a follow-up message. What do we want to show? We want to say something like sandbox is ready at this point, loading the current project source, because that is what we are going to do in a moment. We want to go on and load the project source code. Otherwise, we're going to say the sandbox is ready and it's preparing the vid workspace. So this is what we are going to be saying if this is a new project. Then let's go on and await the step.run. And awaiting step.run is going to take the seed vid scaffold, and then we have this async function, which is going to make use of that helper we saw not quite long, the seed minimal vid project. So this is going to more or less like try to create a React.js project with some minimal configuration. So this is going to create that step in our sandbox. So this is why we are passing over this sandbox here. Then we want to go on and post a thought. Once this is done, we are going to have this thought scaffold, and then we are going to say if this is a follow-up message, we are going to say something like current project has loaded at this point, because that is what this step has done. Then we're going to go and say preserving existing functionality while applying your requested change. And otherwise, we are going to show something different to the user. So we're going to tell the user the scaffold, or we scaffolded a V plus React plus router base. Next, I'm going to design the product UI around your prompt. So this is what the user is going to see over here. And then we want to post a thought after this as well, just to give it that AI feel, which it is actually. So we're going to post a thought here, and then we're going to say something like the thought planning here, and we're going to say reading the brief, because that is what we're actually going to do. Reading the brief, then we want to say the prompt run.prompt.slice here. We want to take the first 160 characters, and we'll check the run.prompt.length. If this is greater than 160, if that is true, we'll add a ... Otherwise we would not add anything. And then we say planning pages, layout, and also the visual system, just like this. All right, so this is another thought. And then we want to have what I call a fidelity request. we want to check if this is a follow-up message. So in this case where this is a follow-up message, we want to have the project.prompt, and then a new line, we're going to say requested changes to show the user the changes that they actually requested over here. And then we're going to say otherwise, we're going to say run.prompt. This is what the user is going to see. Then we're going to await the update agent run progress. We're passing the run ID, and the lifecycle stage is going to be planning at this point, and then we can close this up. And we're also going to go on and still pretty much have the same await update agent run progress. It's going to take in the run ID, and the lifecycle stage is going to be generating. Okay, so that's not all. We actually have, or we go on to post another thought again, and this thought is going to then usher us into the AI side of things. So we're going to await post thoughts, and we're going to say thought customize, and we just want to, this is just giving the user hints in the UI. So we'll say if it's follow up, we're going to tell the user applying the requested change to the current implementation, because that is what we want to do now. We want to hand everything over to AI. Otherwise, we're going to say we are drafting the product experience, the composition, the components, the content, and the polished CSS. So we're just going to display this over to the user. Now, this is all we are going to be doing just for now, before we go on and hand over the work to our AI agents over here. All right, so you just want to make sure you format this, everything looking nice, neat, and tidy. Here, let me just go through this one more time. We have this function, post thought function. We have the fail run, which we are not using at this point. We're going to need this. But then what happens after now? So if you're following up, you can see here, this is where we get the sandbox ID. And after the sandbox ID, we go on to get the run, the actual run. If we can hover on this has the life cycle, error message, things like this. So this is the actual agent run. A specific run is when you write a prompt and the agent is actually working on this activity panel over here. So here we have the sandbox. We connect to the sandbox, we find the project, we check if it's a follow-up prompt. We have the function to post a thought and to also run fail if it fails. Then we're going to post the thought, because at this point the sandbox is ready and we are either preparing or we are loading the current project source. If this is a follow-up message, then we go on to run the vid scaffold here, which is going to be this seed minimal vid project. It takes in the sandbox, it goes on to have the path. You can see home user package.json. This is where we have the package path. It goes on to have the script dependencies and also the dev dependencies. This is just helping us to use the sandbox, and we write to this specific path, and the data is going to be the scripts, the dependencies, the dev dependencies. And you can see we also have the components, the vid config, everything here. We are actually writing it to file. And once we are done with that, we go on to post the thoughts that, hey, we are done. So the current project has been loaded. We are either preserving the existing functionality, or we are going on to create a new project based on the prompts. And then the next thing, we want to go on and do this. So we're going to say thought planning. We are reading their brief, just to give like, hey, we are currently reading your brief. And then we also have this over here and go on to update the agent progress, planning, generating, and all of these. Now there's something we need to do in our Supabase project so that we can get real-time notification in the sidebar, and that is specifically for the agent messages or perhaps the agent run. We need to come here and enable real-time. So once we have real-time enabled, we are going to be getting real-time prompt streaming responses. As the agent is working, we are going to be getting the prompt appear over in the sidebar. We are going to have that done next, and next video is going to be about setup, where we're going to set this up, and we're also going to set up Open AI, because we now need to go into the world of artificial intelligence, taking the user prompt and creating a project based on the user prompt. I'm going to come over to our project and actually over to Supabase. Let me just quickly start up our Next.js application. So I think it's this over here, npm run dev. Let's have our Next.js application up and running. And that's because we need to enable real time in Supabase. I'm just going to refresh this project here. And once this project refreshes, then we can see or have a visual hint of what I'm actually talking about over here. So we give this a moment and we should see the UI update in a moment. It's actually, yeah, I think it's done now. So you can see something that's going on here. This is sending an API request to API/projects here. And it's also sending an API request to this route over here. /files routes over here. So let's visit that API route. Let's see what is actually going on in our application. So if we come over here and we check the app API project, this is the project files route.ts that we are seeing over there. And also this is the route.ts for that specific project ID. So over here, we are sending a request for, and this is for the project preview. Over here, we are trying to get like in the component, and that is the project preview component. Let's go over there. If we come over to the project preview component.tsx file, you would see that this component in the use effect somewhere here, this is to recover. So we're going to come to that in a moment, but I actually mean over here, we should see we are sending, this is the project preview here in Supabase where we go on to subscribe, but I actually do mean where we send a request over here to /API/project ID. So let me actually just set for this over here /API just like this, and then /the project. So we see this and this, yeah. So this is what I mean, refresh from API just like this. And you can see here, this sends this request, and we also send this signal over here, which is the controller signal, abort controller. And over here, we have the controller. We go on to abort the controller on the return over here. So over here, where we have the refresh from API, you can see we are sending across this request. We get back the data, which is this project preview payload over here. So we get the preview URL, the status, and this is what we can use to show real-time preview over to the user in this preview dashboard, or in this preview section that we have over here, the preview URL, things like that. So it's always pulling, because when the agent is working over here, the agent can go on to run an update on the preview. So we need to make sure that the project is actually listening to real-time subscription, so that this can also display the preview. But not just that, we also have these files over here, and this has a to-do which we are going to work on in a moment, so we can safely ignore this. As you can see, we are returning 501, just as we see over here. That's what to return, so no worries about this. We are going to come over there in a moment. So let's head over to Supabase, and we need to enable real-time on the agent messages, not the agent runs. So once you come over to agent messages, you want to click on this dot you have over here, click on enable real-time, and go on to enable real-time so that we can listen to event broadcasting to subscribers. And now we have this agent messages. You might also wonder, where do we use these agent messages? And if you also search for agent-messages real-time, you're going to see this under here. And this agent messages real-time, in this effect, you can see this is listening on this channel. So the project and the project ID on this progress changes, we get all of these. We have the payload, and on based on what event, so the update event, the insert event that goes on to the public. You can see the table name is the agent messages, and this also is the table for the project. So we need to also enable real-time on the projects right over here. So this is going to be used in different components. You can just copy over this agent messages real-time, and you can search here and see where the agent messages is being used. So this is being imported right here in this page, which is the unique page for a project. And if you double check, this is where it is being rendered, agent messages real-time, which is this component that we have over here. And this in turn goes on to return the agent activity sidebar, which is this sidebar that we see over here. So it's also listening for real-time changes and passing across the messages over to the agent activity sidebar, which is then going on to display all the activities or agent activities that we display there. So you can see here, is start message, just as we have. It takes the message, it goes on to return this. If the status, the duration, it returns this. So this is the activity sidebar which we are seeing on that section. All right, so now we also need to come over to the projects table, and we just need to come here and enable real time, just like this. Okay, so once now we have real time enabled for both aspects of the application, now we can continue building out the function, which is this function that we have over here, the project build function. So let's continue building this out. And also, actually, before we go over there, we need to take a look at the .env file that we have, because we need to register environment variables that is going to be for the OpenAI API key. So let's come over to the env, and here in the .env file, let's check if we do have the OpenAI API key. No, we don't. We need to add that right about now. So you want to take over the OpenAI API key, and the value is going to be from here. So I already have an OpenAI subscription here. And if you come over here, you see I have some credits over here. So you want to just come over, and this is definitely way more than enough. The $815 that I have over here is definitely way more than enough. You can see, I'll show you how we can actually minimize the token for this session that we have over here. So let's come over to API keys, and here you want to create a new secret key over here, and you can give this a name, any name of your choice. I will just go with the name of build it, which is the name of our application, and for the project I will just go with this default project and create secret key. So no worries, after now I'm going to be rotating this, so it's important that you also have your own API keys for testing. So back into the application, I'll just drop this right in here and then give the env file a save. Okay, so now we have the save. You just want to quit your terminal, and then we're going to come back and continue building out this project. Hello everyone, so I'm going to bring in two steps, actually one step and also one post thought that we're going to have here, and then we're going to quickly go through the explanation. So here we're going to await the step.run, which is this first customized application. This is where we are handing the keys over to OpenAI to customize our application. We're going to await the customized application with AI, so it needs a sandbox, and we're going to pass the prompt, which is the run.prompt, so the user prompt, and we also need a project prompt over here. So we're going to pass the project prompt, which is the project.prompt, and we're going to pass the is follow-up boolean. No worries, we're going to visit this customized app in a moment, and then we can wrap this up. Then let's have this function, the post thought function. Let's post a thought, and here we're going to await post thoughts, which is going to have this thought verify ID, and then we're going to pass the actual message, which is the checking that the requested product is complete and the seed placeholder is gone, because at this stage, this is where the AI goes on to work. So let's close this up over here, and let's pay this customized application with AI a visit. Let's see what it has over there. Text in the sandbox and the input, which is the prompt, the project prompt, and the follow-up boolean. Here we take the user goal from the prompt, so we are actually going to make use of this here. AI, as you can see, this is a very huge prompt we are sending over to AI. We want to be explicit as we can so that AI can try to build the application the user wants. You see the model here is OpenAI, which is being imported from the AI SDK OpenAI. So that is the package we are using over here. And here we pass the maximum number of tokens output, which is the maximum number of tokens to generate. You do not want it to generate super large files. We just want to keep it in check, and then we can gradually build up on the response just to make sure we are maximizing or saving up our token. Here, this is OpenAI. You can pass in the type or the version. So this is the GPT 4.0 version we are going with. You know, the higher you go, as you can see, the Codex Pro, and all of these. So the higher you go, the more tokens you're going to use. So but for this, I'm leaving this just 4.0 4.0 like this, just to go bare minimum here for this project. And you know, the more you use, smarter models you use, the more visual appealing your application is going to be. And so I try to be strict with the prompt over here. I try to give it more information with this prompting here, and then I go on to have the text and there's some errors, return, all of this. So this here actually is not it. This is the audit product fidelity, so that's not what I'm looking for. We were actually here. Yeah, so we're actually here, which is a customized app with AI. So you can see the prompt. I try to be very explicit. I pass the user goal, which is the project prompt, that is the user goal, and follow up to know if it's a follow up or not. If it's a follow up, we attach more messages, otherwise we don't. And then we have the follow up if it is available. We want to spread it right in here as part of the prompt. And you see the instruction like React Router DOM is already installed. You may use any official chassis and registry, and we just give it enough information here that I cannot go through. And then once the AI is done building on the project, we want to tell the user. So this post dot is going to take in a step and the content. So we are posting the user or telling the user that we are checking that the requested product is complete and the seed placeholder is gone. We need to add more steps after this. So I'm going to bring this in. We're going to say let the customization check be equals to await step.run. And this is going to be verify application customized. So we're going to here have this handler, which is going to call this inspect application customization. And we are going to pass in the sandbox. So if for some reason the completed customization check dot customize is false, then we're going to go on to have a step which is going to customize the app retry, which is going to self-heal. So here we're going to pass in the name, which is the dot or the ID, customize retry, and this we're going to say the first application write was incomplete, and then want to pass the customization check reason. Then we're going to go on and regenerate the requested product. Regenerating the requested product like this. All right, so let's go ahead and close this. And the next thing we are going to do is to go and await the step.run. And here we're going to have the force customize application retry, just like this, which is then going to have this handler over here. And first we're going to await the customize application with AI again. So we're trying to make it to self-heal just as we did over here. So we're going to pass in this time around the prompt, which is this fidelity request prompt that we saw earlier, and then we're going to pass in the message that the previous generation left an unstable starter application. Then we want to tell it that it should go on and build the complete requested product now, and then remove every starter placeholder. And then we are going to go ahead and join this with a line break like this. Because this is a list, then we're going to go ahead and join it with a line break, and then we're going to say is follow up false. Then we're also going to go ahead and customize the check, and customize check here is going to say, let's just close this up. So we're going to say customize check is then going to be equals to await the step.run, which is then going to verify the application customize retry. So this is the step we're going to run again. And then we're going to have this async function that is going to inspect the application customization and take the sandbox. So you can see how we're using these helper functions that we have already gone on to generate. And if the customization customize is false, we are then going to have our run fail function. We're going to make use of this, and this run fail is going to go and mark the generation failed like this, and then we're going to say the application generation failed after a recovery attempt, and want to pass the customization check dot reason over here. So just like this, and then we can go on to close this up here, and also close this up here, and close the if check, and also close this here. All right, so let's also have the visual audit. So let visual audit b equals to step.run audit visual quality, and this is going to be the async handler function. We are going to make use of promise.all. So let's destructure visual and also fidelity by awaiting promise.all. And we're going to pass the audit visual quality and pass in the sandbox. And then we're also going to pass the audit product fidelity, and we're going to pass in the sandbox and also pass in the fidelity request just like this. And then we can close this up here. So if we do have, or let's say const errors is equals to the fidelity, we spread it and the errors, and we also spread the visual errors. And if we do have the errors, so we're going to return okay. Okay is going to be equals to the errors.length if this is equals to 0, so a boolean. And then we have the actual errors here, and we can close this up here. So let's close this let audit function that we have here. So let's check continue. If the visual audit is not okay, then we're going to await post thoughts. We need to post another thought if the visual audit failed. So this is going to be the visual thought visual repair, and we want to say the first visual pass, it looks under resolved, and now we're going to tell it tightening, or this is what we are going to tell to the user that the AI agent is doing. So tightening the cost on composition, responsiveness, and also the interaction polish just like this. Now for us to go on and do this, we need to run another step just as we have seen. So we are going to await the step.run repair visual quality, which is going to be this async function, and we're going to go in and await the customized application with AI, which is going to take in the sandbox. And in this object we can pass in the prompts, and the prompt is going to be this list where we go in and repair the visual implementation without changing the product direction just like this. And then we are also going to say resolve every quality defect below. Now I want to add the quality defect here because the visual audit failed, and the so we're going to pass in the errors. We're going to spread the visual audit errors. We want to map where we have each error so that we can return this string here with the error just like this, which we're then going to join because it's a list with this white space here. Then we're going to have the project prompt. We also want to attach this, which is going to be equal to the project.prompt. And then we're going to say its follow-up is going to be true because at this point is a follow-up because the previous one failed. So this is going to be a follow-up message if it is done and the visual audit is not okay. So let's continue. Remember we said over here let visual audit. So now visual audit is going to be awaiting this step.run, and then we are also going to have the quality retry over here, and then we have the async. So we are giving it enough time for it to heal. So we're going to say the visual and the fidelity is going to be equals to awaiting promise.all, and we are going to have the audit visual quality, which is going to take in the sandbox, and also audit product quality, which is also going to take in the sandbox, and the fidelity request just like this. So we are checking a whole lot. We're also checking for visuals here. So if we have errors, so const error just as we did previously is going to be the fidelity.errors, and also we spread the visual.errors. And then we are going to return this object, which is going to have OK. And OK is going to be the errors.length is equals to 0, and also the errors. Now, for now, let's wrap this up. Okay, so we're going to check if the visual quality is not okay. So let's do that. Let's check if the visual quality is not okay. So if this is false, let's go on and post dot over to the user that and the port is going to be like the thought visual review has been completed. Then what we are going to do is to say the visual review is complete, and we are moving on to the technical validation and also the preview. All right, so then we're going to move on. So that means we need another prompt, another agent to run, which is going to help us to save the agent results, and then help us to have the project sandbox, go on to have the completed Vite project, provision generated chassis. So this is where we actually go straight up into the project, and then we need to take the code that we have gotten from the AI and have everything right in the sandbox. All right, so it's actually a whole lot. I think you should spend some time checking the audit visual quality function, because it was used quite a whole lot here. You can see we are checking a whole lot, the CSS, we are checking the tailwind hover states, we are checking if the images is failing, things like this. So we are actually checking that for the visual quality, and also the product fidelity here. We are sending a prompt that it's a review, so AI can go on to review the code, and then it can go on to return pass. You should have a score. As you can see, this is going to return. Over here we have the errors, if we have some errors, and this is going to check the text string uppercase pass. Is going to return okay, true, and no errors. But if we have an errors, we are going to be at this block over here. Okay, so let's save this. This has been a long video. The next step of building the application now is to go on and save the agent result, where the agent can go on to then install the packages and bring up the preview for the user. So let's focus on building that next. Still gonna be inside over this async function, so that means we're going to have that around here. Hello everyone, so after the audit, the visual audit, and what else do we have over here, the customization check. I think we should just come straight up right in here for the customization check, because this is returning this inspect application customization. And if we come right in here, this is checking or going to, it has the application because the app folder is straight up in the app.tsx, and we have the entries, which is these entries. We have the tsx sources, which is the tsx applications or the tsx files. We're going to seed them here, and we just check if it doesn't have any meaningful UI. So we're just checking the length, if it's equals to 200, and then we're going to return like customized false, and the reason why it's not customized, so we're just going to do just a quick validation check, manual validation check. Now we are going to save the agent results once we are done with all of these. So we're going to await this step.run, which I'm going to format soon. The save agent result is going to take in this async handler here, and we're going to await create agent message, which is going to take in the project ID, also going to take in the agent run ID, which is equals to the run.id, and it's also going to take in the role. The role here is equals to assistant. We have the type of agent message, so it's a text type, and we have the content. So the content is it finished shaping the project experience or the product experience. Is then gonna install the different packages, and it's gonna bring up the preview next. Okay, so let's prepare for that. Let's install the different packages. So right in here, we're going to get the project sandbox. So let's say const the project sandbox is equals to the awaiting the sandbox.connect, which takes in the sandbox ID. Then we want to go and run the step. So we await the step.run, flatten nested scaffold is going to then take in this function. So you can see this is returning this function, which is this flatten nested Vite project, and taking in the project sandbox. So I knew all of these by practicing, logging to the console, facing errors. That's why I knew all these steps that could work for this use case for Vite applications. Then we're going to have this step.run provision ShadCN components, because we wanted to make it of ShadCN. So we're going to provision generated ShadCN components, and we're going to pass in the sandbox. Now that we have these two steps, we need to have the preview URL. So let's say the preview URL is going to be equals to string. So we're going to have this try catch block, and in the try block, we want to have this step which is going to ensure the Vite allowed host, which is then going to be this handler here. So this handler is going to go and await ensure vid allowed host. So we're going to make use of this helper function and pass in the project sandbox. Then we want to also have another step. So it's just composing based on different steps as we have seen. Step.run scrub markdown fences is going to take this async function here, and we are going to await the scrub markdown fences from sources like this and pass in the project sandbox over here. Then let's go on and have this step which is going to stop old preview. So we're going to await the step.run stop old preview just in case we had the previous preview, and we're going to do this in a try catch block over here, which is going to let's see how it works. So in the try block, we're going to await the project sandbox.command.run, and we are going to run this command over here based on the current working directory here. So you can see we have this bash lc for port id in this vid true, and it goes on to go on to kill this port id, set dev to null, and then we're going to exit 0 like this. Now this isn't going to be enough because we need to run a command, so we need to pass in the actual working directory. So we need to pass in the cwd, which is the sandbox working directory, so the path that we have seen, the user's path, and the timeout is going to be 15,000 milliseconds. And in the catch block here, we are just going to go on and ignore the termination noise that is going to just show up from killing vid, because that's what we'll get in the catch block over here. So I'm going to drop this comment, and after this we are going to post a thought here, because now it's going to go on and actually run the installation. So it has stopped the previous preview. You would no longer see the preview. Now it's going to go on and install. So we're going to see thoughts install, and the message or the content is going to be installing dependencies, and we're going to tell the user that this could take a minute. Then now we are installing dependencies. We want to update the agent run lifecycle method. So we're going to await update agent run progress is going to take in the run id, and the lifecycle stage is going to be installing over here. Then we need to go and run the actual install. So we have told the user we want to run install. We have also updated the agent run progress. Now let's run it. We're going to say step.run npm install, and here we're going to have this async function, and we're going to await the project sandbox.commands.run. We want to run the npm install commands on this current working directory like this, but then we want to give this a timeout so it doesn't run like forever. So we're going to add the timeout, which is I think about 3 minutes, 180,000 milliseconds. Okay, so let's also go in and post the thoughts to the user, because at this time the npm install is done. So we're going to await post thought, which is going to be this thought build. We are going to be seeing all of these in the activity side navigation, and we're going to post this running a production build to catch the TypeScript CSS issues early. This was one of the issues I faced earlier, so I had to put in this step to run npm build. So then after posting this thought, we want to go on and then update the agent activity run progress, and here we have the run id, and we are going to pass this lifecycle stage, which is the building stage. So we are building the application, and the application builds, then we are sure the application is going to build for the user. So let's have the build result. It's going to be equals to await step.run npm build, and then we are going to have the async function, and we're going to have a try catch block. But first, in the try block, we're going to await the project sandbox.commands.run npm run build like this, and the current working directory, the cwd, is going to be equal to the sandbox cwd. We're also going to give it the same timeout in milliseconds, which is 180,000, and we want to return OK true, because at this point it should work if we are still in the try block, right? So we're going to return OK true, and as const, and we're also going to say error is equals to null. I guess you can already guess what we can return in the catch block. So if something goes wrong in the catch block, we have an error, we are going to be returning OK false. So we're going to return OK, which is going to be equals to false as a constant. And we are also going to have error. And for the error, we're going to have this format sandbox command error, which then takes in the error. All right, so now we have our build result, which most likely is going to be OK. So what we can do here, let's still have an if check because you never can be quite sure. So make sure you close this up here, and we're going to say if there's no build result.ok, so that means if this is false, because we are also returning false. And then we're going to have the message, the build result.error. Otherwise we can say the npm run build failed. So we want to make sure we display the actual error message in the UI. So we're going to say that await post thoughts, that it's thought rebuild build repair, and then it's going to say build failed, and it's going to try to heal itself. It's going to try to heal from the failing. So we're going to say diagnosing and patching the source just like this, and then let's go in and try to fix it so that the user can see a real application. So in the try block here, we are going to await step.run generate regenerate after build error, and the handler that's going to help us to do this is this function. So we're going to await the customize application with AI. So now we are calling our AI agent again. Based on this project sandbox, we are going to give it the prompt. And the prompt is going to be this create build repair prompt. And we pass in the message right in here, which is this message for the build error. Okay, so that's the message. We are giving it back to the AI, and we're giving it the project prompt so it knows what the user was trying to build. And then we're going to say this is actually a follow-up message. So its follow-up is going to be equals to true. Then if this still fails, we are going to then call the fail run. So that is going to be in the catch block. So let's have the catch block right here where we have the error. And then we want to await fail run. And this fail run is going to take in the actual ID, which is the Mac build repair generation failed, and then the content is going to be the error. We want to check if the error is an instance of an error. If that's true, then we're going to display the error message. Otherwise, we're going to say the build repair failed. So we still have more steps to continue over here. We are going to check the post thought just after the failed run here. Let's go on and await the post thought, because then this is going to be the thought after regeneration. So thought build repair generated, and then we're going to say the source path generated, and then it's checking the component APIs. So you can see the amount of work that goes into this so that it can self-heal, it can go on to try again, it can go on to build the project for the user. So here we're going to say const registry repair is going to be equals to await step.run, the provision build repair chatcn components. And in here we're going to have this async function, and this async handler is going to just return provision generated chatcn components based on the project sandbox. All right, so let's go on to check here. So we're going to close this up, and the next thing we're going to check is if the registry repair .install.length is greater than 0, and then we have the registry repair .dependencies added here. We are going to have the function, and this function here we're going to await the step.run, and this is going to be the npm install build repair dependencies, and it's going to be this async function handler. So we're running on that step here, and here we're going to await the project sandbox.commands.run, the npm install command. The current working directory is going to be equals to the sandbox cwd, and also the timeout is going to be equals to 180,000 milliseconds. All right, so we're still going and we're running the installation, and after the installation we want to post the thought that we need to run the build again. Okay, so we're running the npm install and we want to tell the user the progress. So we want to await post thought that it thought build repair retry, and then we're going to say the repair applied, and then it is running the production build again. So now we're going to run the production build again just to see if the build actually passes. All right, so we are more or less like kind of in a loop trying to heal the application. So we're going to await retry result, which is going to be equals to step.run npm build retry him, and I'm just going to bring this up here. So this is the async function, and in the try block we are going to await the project sandbox.commands.run, and this is the npm run build like this. And here we have the function, the current working directory is equals to the sandbox cwd. We also have the timeout in milliseconds, which is 180,000, and we are also going to close this up right now. Okay, so now we run the build again, then we are going to just pretty much return what we had previously. We're going to return OK true as a constant, and we're also going to return error equals to null like this. And then we are going to catch any error. So catch error. If we do have an error, then unfortunately we also need to inform the user, right? So we're going to return OK, which is going to be equals to false as a constant, and the actual error is going to be equals to format sandbox command error, which is going to take in the error just like this. All right, so this is what we have over here. I'm just going to close this, and before we leave this here, let's just check if this retry result failed again. So we're going to say if retry result is false here, then we are going to await the fail run here, just so that we can have this message, which is the Mac build retry failed, and we also want to have the error message. Okay, so the error message is going to be the retry result.error. Otherwise, we are going to say the npm run build failed after repair, and then we just need to go in and close this up, and then we need to close this here, and we also need to close this here over here just like this. All right, so we actually have a whole lot going. I just want us to take a slight pause for here. This is the first build that we run, and if this build is not successful, if this isn't okay, then we have the step that is going to retry the build again, just as we have over here. I know we have an error, our formatting is not actually the best at this point, but then we're going to come back and we are going to continue building out this function. Hello everyone, so this is going to be a very short one. So just after this, we are going to continue, and here we are going to await the post thought, which is going to post this thought preview just like this, and then we're going to say starting the live preview server and waiting until it is healthy just like this. And we want to then get the preview URL. So let's get the preview URL that we're going to serve to the user. We can get this preview URL by awaiting another step. So we're going to say preview URL is equals to await the step.run. Start preview is going to then take in this async function just over here. We're going to await the update agent run progress, which is going to take in the run ID. And over here, we're going to have the life cycle stage. The life cycle stage is going to be starting preview. And then we're going to close this up over here. Then we want to await the create vid allowed host. So await create vid allowed host, which is going to be equals to or taking the project sandbox. Now we need to run the command so we can get the preview URL. So let's get it. We're going to say the project sandbox.command.run, and this is going to be the npm run dev command, and the host is going to be 0000 on port 3000, and we're going to pass in the options. The current working directory is going to be the sandbox CWD. The background is going to be equals to true because this is a dev server, so we do not want to stop the terminal. We're also going to have the timeout, which is equals to 0, and then we can close this up. So let's have the URL. So the URL is going to be equals to awaiting wait for healthy preview on this sandbox, and the timeout is going to be 3000. And we will now need to run an update in our database. So we're going to say await update project sandbox, which is going to take in the project ID. So we're going to have the preview URL, which is then going to be equals to this URL. We are also going to have the preview status, which is equals to ready. And we need to create an agent message to tell the user that your preview is ready. So we're going to do that by awaiting the create agent message. This is going to be taken in the project ID. It's also going to take in the agent run ID, which is the run ID. It's also going to take in the role. The role is going to be equals to assistant. It's also going to take in the type. The type is equals to output. It's also going to take in the content. The content is going to say your preview is ready, and the payload is going to be this object over here. So the payload is equals to this object. The kind is equals to website. We are going to have the URL just right here, and then we want to return the URL. Now, if for some reason, because we are in a try-catch block, a very big try-catch block, so let's close up and have the catch block over here. So for the catch block, we are going to have the error, and we want to mark the preview failed. So we're going to run this here, which is going to mark preview failed. So we're running the fail run function, and the error over here is going to be the instance of the error. We want to have the error.message. Otherwise, we're going to say the preview failed like this. All right, so this is where we're going to stop for right now. And I'm just going to quickly format this in case we have any formatting issues at this point. Yes, we are not returning the preview URL at this point, but we are definitely going to be returning this. All right, so we just have one more step to do, which we are going to be doing in the next video. And that step is going to be where we mark everything as complete, and then we can go on to return finally from this project build function. Hello everyone, so we are pretty much getting to the end of this project build function, which is looking like it has taken forever, but you know, this is why I try to provide us with the boilerplate, but I couldn't provide us with the boilerplate because we need to understand everything that is going on in all the functions that we are serving over to Inngest. Now, but this is going to be also pretty short, and then we can go on to test this, because now that the agent has built the project, the build is also working. The next thing we are going to do is to just save the snapshot and also going to update the agent run, and then we can go on to return. So here we're going to await this step.run, mark save snapshot, source code snapshot. We want to have a snapshot in our database. This is going to be this constant where we have the source snapshot, and we're going to be awaiting this snapshot project source, which is then going to take in the project sandbox just like this. And we want to go and run an update. So we're going to be updating await update project source snapshot, which is going to take in the project ID as well as the source snapshot. Then we can go on to mark it as complete. Okay, so let's mark as complete. We're going to await the step.run mark complete, and then we have the step handler right in here. And here we're going to first of all update the agent run progress. So it needs the run ID, and it also needs the option like the lifecycle stage, which has been succeeded. Then we want to also have finished. We want to make it finished, so we're going to say const finished is equals to await the agent run status, and then we have the run ID succeeded, and error is going to be null. All right, so let's check await the create agent message, and here we're going to have the project ID. So the agent message, we're also going to have the agent run ID, which is the run ID. We're going to have the role. The role is going to be equals to system. The type is going to be equals to duration, and then we're going to have the content. The content here we're going to check. We're going to check the finished.started at. If that is true, then we're going to say the finished.started finished.finished at. If that is true, then we're going to say the format agent run duration so that we can show how long our agent took before it finished. So we're going to have the started at and also the finished.finished at. Otherwise, we're just going to say it worked for a moment. Now to wrap up the project build function, we are going to be returning this object. So let's just close this up here, and now we can return this object. This is just going to have the project ID. It's also going to have the run ID. We're also going to have the sandbox ID, also the preview URL, as well as the status. So the status is going to be succeeded just like this, and that's pretty much it. We are done with our function, the project build function. So I think I have one too many, so I'm gonna get rid of this. Yeah, so I'm gonna give this file a save, and now we're just gonna take a little break, and when we come back, we're gonna start up our Next.js application. We're also going to start up our Inngest development server, and then we're gonna come over to our application over here and give this a trial on localhost. So guys, I'm gonna see you in the next video. Let's give this a trial. Hello everyone, so this is the moment where we test out our application. Let's come over here, start up our Next.js server, start up also our Inngest server. I'm just going to bring this right up here so that we can monitor the log in full. Our Next.js application is up and running, and our Inngest application is just taking a moment, and now it is up and running. Okay, so we have both up and running. We can see our Next.js application is already receiving requests and also responding to requests from Inngest. Now we just need to give this a trial. I'm gonna come over to localhost 3000. Our Next.js application should be loading the GET request to localhost port 3000. I do not see this here. So you can see now, and we are redirected over here to the path, which is gonna be the 200 path, not the 200 status code, the dashboard path, and we are here. Let's give this a trial. Let's tell our AI application it should create, let's say, a real-time chat application. Let's forward this prompt, and now you're gonna see our agent. So you can see here our agent is working. We can see we are getting the logs over here, initialize an event and all of those. And if we come here, because it's on dev server, it's just a little bit low. We see our preview and we get agent is working on our project. We should get the real-time notification on each step the agent is taking right over here. You can see now the sandbox is ready and is preparing the Vite workspace. We can see here agent is working on your project, sandbox is ready, preparing the Vite workspace. And let's just, you can see here now it has scaffolded the application. You're just getting the different thoughts over here, reading the brief, drafting the product experience, and polishing the CSS. So remember when we wrote out all of these, now we are seeing them here, and we just have this nice preview for the user, and the user can go on to also monitor the agent's activity going on here. If we just double check your E2B, you would see you have a sandbox up and running over here. I think this one is from previous. So let's see what we have. We still have one, so that means the other one did shut down as I had a break in between recording. So, but if we come here, this started up just right now, and you can monitor this. You can see this is running for just 1 minute. And if you check here in the home, let's see what we have right here already. You can see now we have the components, we have all of these. So that means if we come back here, the file system is going to be populated in a moment. And actually it failed because the first application write was incomplete. it generated TSX, does not contain a complete visible application shell, and it is regenerating the requested project. So we get the reason why it failed over here, and you can see here it's going to go and it failed after a recovery attempt. Generated TSX does not contain a complete visual application shell. So that is why it failed. So we're going to keep this under trial. So let's come back here and let's give this another trial. So let's give it something easy. Let's just say a SaaS landing page. So let's forward this and let's see what happens over here. I'm sure if you check your terminal, we should also, okay, yeah. So we do not have these files yet. So that's why we did not see, we do not have that route yet. That's why we do not see this. So this is just our application side. So we're going to try this again and we get this error here. All right, so now we're having error. So let's see where's ongoing here. I think this might be from previous. I'm not quite sure, but this might be from previous. But if we come over to E2B, we should have two. So you can see we have two. This was the previous one, and this over here is the latest one. So I think this should be the latest one, running for a minute, 2 minutes. Yeah, 35 seconds, 36 seconds. So now we're going to give this a moment for it to complete. And once this is done, we are going to see the code that was generated. And then we're going to fix this file so that we can see the files listed right over here. Hello everyone, so I am happy to be back here and let's take a look at what actually happened while our AI was actually building out our project, because it's actually interesting. And this was the self-healing that I was telling you about. I do not know why this is still following me. So this is the first the self-healing I was telling you about. All right, so let's go through it. And I don't know why my cursor is okay, so let me see. All right, so maybe for some weird reason the cursor just wants to keep following me like this. All right, so let's go through it. You can see over here it started working on the project, and then we have, it started like the sandbox is ready. It also has the project UI and the prompt. Then it starts going into planning the pages, and I want us to take a look what happened here. You can see it finished shaping the product experience, installing the packages, and what happened here, when it went on to run the production build to catch TypeScript issues, we saw that the build failed, and it went on to self-heal itself. So it went on to prompt itself with what the issue was, and you can see it went on to source patch generated, it went on to fix it, and it also went on to check the component APIs, and the repair was applied, and it ran the production build again, and now it succeeded. And then it went on to start the live server and waiting until it's healthy. It became healthy, and you can see this worked for 5 minutes. Now I'm just going to quickly remove this here, and now you can see the application. And if you click here, this is going to open up a new browser based on this e2b.app, and you're going to also see this right in here in full. Now trust me, definitely the UI can be pretty based on the version of or the model of GPT we are currently using. We are using the base model, and when AI came out, this was how application looked like from generated code until the AI agents improved. So we are using a model which is a couple of years behind already. But then we can see get started, we can see the discover more. If you click, it goes on to learn more, which is still the same page, the learn more route. And here the get started is going to take you to sign up. Do we have the sign up route? No, we don't have the sign up route, but you can see here we have the different features which are just listed here. We have the pricing, and we have the technology partners, stay organized. We have this calendar which isn't, I think it's working a little. I saw something change, here. So contact us, send a message. Cool. This is actually impressive. And what is going to be much more impressive is when we fix this files system that we have over here. This is what we are going to be fixing yet next, because you can see all 200, but somewhere we have 501s for these files. Let's fix these files that we have over next. And once we have these files fixed, just right over here, we are going to make this work so that prompting the agent again is going to fix most of the issues that we found over here. So we can say, hey, this is not looking nice, we want you to fix it. Or maybe we can say add a sign up page which we do not have, and it's going to add that specific page. Let's work on this files system next. Hello. Let's go on and fix the files route, because currently our file is not displaying anything. The reason why it is shut down is because I did go on to quit the dev server and also the Inngest CLI. So I'm just going to clear both, and now we are going to focus on the API. So you want to come over here, and this is the application API. So right in here, we are going to have the implementation. So we can get rid of this to do and get rid of this response over here. So the search param that we are passing here, we are passing out we are checking the user, we are getting the project ID from the params, and what else? We are also checking. So let's see where we're calling this route. And if we set for /API and then /projects, yeah. So here we have the project file tree component. This here, the project file tree, is responsible for the side for this project file tree here. Yeah, so we have this here, which goes on to fetch the files. We have the response, and it goes on to refresh the files over here. So we have the response, and then it goes on to refresh the files and set menu open to false like this. And what does refresh files do over here? This is going to make it of this use project file workspace. And if we come over here under file management, this is going to have the context, and pretty much is going to go in and update the different files. So we see set files over here, and set files is going to go in and just update the file tree. All right, so that's just the moving parts. Now let's go in and have it. We're going to continue writing here, and we also need the sandbox. So let's have it. Actually, it's going to be in a new line. So over here, we're going to say const the sandbox is equals to await sandbox.connect, and we're going to have the project sandbox ID, and we want to check if download is equals to zip. So remember, download is coming from the search params. Then we want to run a command in the sandbox, which is going to help us. Okay, so here we're going to have the zip qfsr temp, the project build zip file, and then the node modules, the dist, the git. We also have the npm, and then we also have the ts build info file. And then we are going to have the current working directory, which is the home user, and the timeout is 60,000. So we're going to have this archive over here. And this archive, so let's just close this up, is going to be equals to awaiting the sandbox files.read, which is going to be the temp, the project build, project zip file that we created right up here. And then we want to have the format to be equals to bytes. And what else? We are also going to have the archive buffer. And this archive buffer that we have over here is going to be equals to the unt8 array, and then from the archive dot buffer like this. And then we're going to return a new response, which is going to be a new blob archive buffer. The type is going to be equals to application JSON, and then we can close this up here. And we also want to have the headers. So we're going to have some headers in here. So const headers is going to be equals to the content here, and this headers is content disposition, which is attachment, and we're going to have the file name, which is the project slug.zip just over here. And then we are also going to have the content, which is the content type application JSON. All right, application zip, sorry. So let's go on and close this off over here. So we have the path. No, we want to check if we have the path from the set params, and we're going to say if we do have the path, then we want to go on and have this try so that we can go on to read. So we're going to say try the save path is equals to resolve project file path, and we're going to pass in the actual path, and the content over here is going to be equals to await this sandbox.files.read based on that save path over here. And then we have what else, the return, and the return here is going to be the next response.json. The path is going to be equals to the save path and then the content, and we are going to try to catch any errors. So if we do have an error, then we are going to return this error back to the user. So next response.json, and here we're going to say this error here. We want to check if this is an instance of an error. We are going to have the error.message, otherwise we are going to have the invalid file path here. And then we are going and also have the status to be equals to 400. So finally, we are going to go on and list the project sandbox entries just after we must have covered this up here, just like this. Then we are going to say const entries is going to be equals to await the list project sandbox entries, which is going to take in the sandbox, and the path is going to be /home/user, and this is going to return the next response.json of the entries object, just like this, and we can close this up here. All right, so we are missing the different imports. I'm just going to format this real quick, and I want to bring in this import over here and also bring this helper function right in here. And why do we have this error? Because we also need to bring in sandbox from E2B code interpreter like this. So do we have it yet? No, we didn't bring it in. Let's make sure we do bring this in over here, and we no longer have any errors. All right, so this is what's going on here. We are going on to ignore files that could be heavy, the node modules, and we are just going on to write this into this temporary folder here. And then we're going to read it, and then we give the you're going to get a downloadable snapshot of the application. All right, so let's go on and give this file a save. This should already start working, but we also have this post path that also needs to be fixed as well. So we are going to be fixing the post path, and once we have that path filled, then we can continue with the project and giving this test. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to get rid of this to do that we have over here, and also this return that we have here, so we can go on and make sure we implement the post endpoint. All right, so let's have it. We're going to say const the past is equals to the file mutation schema dot save pass. We're going to await the request.json.catch, and we're going to just return null over here. And if passing is not successful, so we're making it observed here, then we're going to return a next response.json, which is going to have this error here, like enter a valid project path, and the status is going to be equals to 400, and we can close it. So we're going to have the try catch block right in here, and in the try block we want to have the path, and the path is going to be equals to resolve project file path. So this is when the user tries to create a file or a folder. So we're going to have the path here, and we're going to say const sandbox is equals to await the sandbox.connect to this specific project, and we want to check if this path exists. So what we're going to say here is if await sandbox.file.exist based on this path that we have over here, then we are going to return a next response .json, which is going to be this error that a file or folder already exists at this current path you're trying to create, just like this. And the status is going to be 409 here. All right, so we're going to check if the pass.data.intent is equals to create folder, because we are giving the user the option to create a folder and also the option to create a file. So we want to check if this is the file intent.create folder. In that case, they need to create a folder. So we're going to await the sandbox files.make a directory on this specific path. Otherwise, we know that the user wants to create a file. So we're just going to call the write path. So we're going to say the sandbox.files.write based on this path and just going to write. And then we're going to have the empty string over here. Then we can go on to return next response.json based on the path, and the status is going to be 201. But as always, things could go wrong. Maybe writing could not be successful. So we're going to catch everything in this catch block and have the error, so that we can then go on to return this error over to the user. So the next response.json, we're going to check if the error is instance of error. If that is true, then it has a message property. Otherwise, we're going to say unable to create item, and we are going to have the error status equals to 400 over here, and we can wrap this up here. All right, so for some reason we have an error based on this past that we have over here. So let's quickly inspect why we do have the error. So I did format, and yeah, so we actually have duplicate. So we already had this, so we can get rid of one of these here, and then we need to bring in the intent here, and that's pretty much it. So we give this file a save, and then we just want to make sure we come back, we test this, and then we can continue from there. All right, so let's test out the file system of our application. And actually, before we do, I'm just going to close all these tabs that we do have open. I just want us to have a quick view on the action.ts, and this is the action for the file management. So yes, we have to do. So this is not going to work because we have some to-dos to create a file, to create a folder, and to download the zip. So we have to-dos here. This is going to be our next action to make sure that the to-dos are working. But for now, what is going to work is fetching the different files that we have. So let's start up our Next.js application. Let's also start up our Inngest application. Next.js application is up and running. We're just going to give the Inngest application a little moment for it to come up, and now it is up. We want to see the file system. So if we check here, we might have the request over to fetch the files. So let's quickly come over here and give this a refresh. Yeah, so we need to refresh our application. And once we do, we should see a request coming over to the route to fetch the file that we have over here. So it's still loading up here. And let's still keep watching this. Now you see this is successful. Now you can see this returns 200. So the fact it returns 200, we should see the files over here, which we do not see at this point in time. So we are definitely missing a step. Actually, we still get 501, and this is from the recover preview, but we get the files listing returning 201. Yeah, so now we see the file be listed here. So we're able to fetch the files. And what happens when we click on a certain file, it should load up right in here in the Monaco editor. And it might take a little while for it to load up. We do not, yeah. So now we see the file loaded up here in the Monaco editor. You can click and open up different files, and you have the preview. Just a little bit slow. We are currently in development, but now we see all the files being listed here. You can see I just formatted this file right over here. You can see everything in full. And let's come back to the preview. So does our preview load? Yes, it does load. All right, so congratulations. Now we are not just prompting, we are also having the files. I know we need to also fix this functionality over here, like to send the agent an additional message. We are going to see how we can do this, But for now, if we click on any of these, let's say download on as zip, nothing happens. Why? Because these actions that we have over here are not doing anything yet. So you can see maybe we have some errors somewhere regarding that. Actually, it does work. So I wasn't expecting it to work, and I'm actually surprised that it does work, because currently if I just come here, we have this intent, which isn't like creating the file or creating the folder or downloading the file. So what this means, it is actually bypassing this action. What it means is we do not need the action. It is sending a straight up request to our API. So this action is obsolete. It is no longer needed. If you check the application, and we have this route, so this is just straight up making a request, and it didn't we do not have any need to make use of the action to call this route. Okay, and I mean it when I say here in the project file tree, you can see this is just straight up sending handle menu action, and this menu action you can see is called by this here, which goes on to display the file menu actions like the icon, the intent, so the new file, the new folder, and download as zip. So all of these are actually not making use of the action file that we have here. It is calling this handle menu action, and this handle menu action is checking based on the intent, and then it is going on to, if the intent is download zip, it goes on to do that. If the intent is to create a new file, it goes on to have the intent over here, and then it's going to call the API. You can see here based on like the intent and also the path. All right, so now we are clear on what is actually going on in our application in that regard. We are then going to focus on this. We want to make sure that we should be able to prompt the user, and the user should be able to the AI should be able to regenerate the file. So let's go and work on that implementation. Hello everyone, so I am back over here in the features projects action. This is what we are going to be working on next. This over here, this section. So make sure you have your server. You want to quit your server, but before I do quit mine, I just want to show us this is this section over here where we're going to, reprompt the agent for it to do some work. So we're going to implement it right now, but we're not going to test it immediately. And the reason is because we are missing a functionality for this preview to regenerate itself. So let's go and fix that. Actually both, but we are going to just start up with this over here. So I'm going to remove this, and then we are going to have the implementation for this real quick, which is the project action. So I'm going to save this, and then just come right back into here and let's go. So here we're going to start by saying the constant project. We want to retrieve the project, find the project by ID based on the data ID. If you are not able to find the project, for now you can just ignore the formatting, or the project.profile ID is not equal to the user ID. Then we want to return success false, and also the message is going to be this project was not found. All right, so we can close this, and then we want to go on and update the project sandbox because we are building, so we're going to do it right in the action. And the update project sandbox is going to be taken in the project ID and also the preview status, which is going to be equals to building. Then we want to go and create an agent run because this is a new prompt, a new agent run. So we're going to say const run is equals to await create agent run. This is going to need the project ID, which is equals to this newly created, this fetched project. And then the agent, the profile ID is going to be the user ID. The prompt is going to be the data.prompt, as well as the status, which is going to be equal to queued because this is going to be in queue. Then we need to also create the agent message. Actually, we're going to be creating two agent messages. So await create agent message. And this is going to take in the project ID, which is equals to project ID. The agent run ID as well, which is equals to the run ID. And it also needs the role. And this role is going to be the role of a user. The type is going to be text, and we want to show the user the prompt in the sidebar activity. So we're going to say the content is going to be equals to data.prompt. So then we can go on to create another agent message. So we await create agent message. This is going to be by the AI, so assistant. The project ID is equals to project ID. Also, the agent run ID is going to be equals to this run that we created. But the role is where the change happens. The role is equals to assistant, and the type is going to be the status. And then we have the actual content, which is going to say working on your project. So then we're going to have the try catch block, because then we're going to make use or trigger the function that we have registered. So in the try block, we're going to call ingest. So await ingest.send, and the name is going to be the project build requested, just before as we do when we are creating a new project. And then it's going to have the data. The data is going to be the project ID, which is the project.id, and the run ID. So remember, the function needs this parameter, so we need to provide the parameters here. And all that is left is just for us to have our catch block and our return. So the next step is for us to have the catch block. So yeah, the catch block is going to take in the error, and we want to log the error to the console and just say that this failed to enqueue the follow-up build, and we have the actual error, and we are going to return if you have an error. So we're going to return success is going to be false, and we want to also return the message, and the message is going to be could not start the agent, you have to try again. Then we're going to close this up, and then finally, so if everything is fine, the action needs to return. So we're going to be returning this object, which is going to have success true. The message is going to be equals to null, and then we have the submitted prompt, which is equals to data.prompt. Just all of these like this here. And then we just close it up. So this is all that we need. Definitely we are missing some imports, so I'm just going to bring in all the imports that we need to get rid of the errors. So first, let's bring in find project by ID. So we go on to find a project, we have some validation. Then we want to update the project sandbox status in our database. We also create the agent run, we create 2 messages, and then we go on to have this trigger for ingest, and we give this file else save. Now before we try this out, we need to also have a preview, because if we check this section over here in the API, we have this recover preview, which is currently missing the implementation. So this is the implementation we are going to be working on next, and once we have this done, we are then going to try out or test out the application. Hello everyone, so let's work on this recover preview functionality in our application. So what's going to happen, I'm going to get rid of this to do here, because this preview recover preview already does the user validation to make sure the user is authenticated. We retrieve the project ID from the params. We go on to find the project, do some project validation, because the project also needs to have a snapshot so that we can recover the snapshot for preview purposes. So the only thing left now is for us to call ingest, so that we can go on to trigger a function in ingest. So let's bring that in here. We are going to call the ingest.send. We also need to import ingest, so we want to call ingest.send, and we have the ID, which is this preview recovery, and then the project ID, and we also want to have the project updated get time. So all these here are going to be dynamic data for this specific ID that we need to keep in track. Next is going to be name, and this is the trigger name. So this project review recovery requested, and the data, which is going to be as params to this function that we are going to write out, is going to be the project ID, just like this. So we need to recover the project ID, and we're going to do that in a moment. So let's also bring in ingest. Ingest is going to come from the ingest client that we created. And the only thing left is for us to return a response back to the client. So we're going to return a next response.json. And this is going to have queued set to true. And it's also going to have a status of, I think 202 is going to do so well, just like this. All right, so now we have this. This is going to trigger a function that we need to have in ingest. So let me give this a save, and let's quickly double check if we have this project review already. So I'm going to check it right over here, and this is going to be right in Inngest Functions. So we have the API ingest and we have functions. Oops, not API. Actually, we can check Inngest API, the route, to see if we have this. So project preview recovery, this is the function we are going to be working on, and you're going to see this function already has been wired up to take in this trigger. So this trigger we have here has already been wired up right in here into this route. So you see this route, the recover preview, the project preview recovery requested, this already has it. So this function is going to get called, and this is the function that we are going to be implementing next. Hello everyone, so we can get started with the function implementation. We are actually going to start from scratch because we need to bring in a couple of imports before we get started, and I think it's going to make more sense if we start it up from scratch. So here we're going to be importing Sandbox. So Sandbox is going to come from our E2B code interpreter package, and then we also need to bring in the preview helpers. We have a couple of preview helpers such as ensure vid allowed host. We also need to bring the seed minimal vid project, and we also need to bring in the wait for healthy preview. These helper functions are going to be coming in from the features, and then we have the projects and the preview helpers. We also need to bring in a couple of helpers from the project model. So we're going to be importing the find project by ID. We're also going to bring in the update project sandbox, and we also need the update project source snapshot functions. And just as I said earlier, all of these are going to be coming in from the add features, projects, and we have the project model server file. Then let's bring in the project source snapshot helpers. We are going to bring the restore project source function, and we're also going to bring in the snapshot project source function. All of these are going to be coming in from the add features, and then we have the projects, and we have the project source snapshot.server file. Now finally, we just need to bring in the ingest client, which is going to be coming in from at ingest, and there we have the /client file over there. All right, so let's go ahead and have the sandbox CWD. We're going to import the sandbox CWD current working directory, which is or currently we're going to have it here to be home user. And the async function preview is healthy is going to take in the sandbox of type sandbox, and this is not the function, this is just preview is healthy function that we are defining in here. We are going to use this in the function. So we're going to try the sandbox.run. We want to run the CURL on this port over here, just like this, and then the command we are going to, or where we're going to run this command, is going to be the current working directory, which is the sandbox CWD. It's going to have the timeout of 10,000 milliseconds, and then we're going to return true. So then we are going to return false if something goes wrong. So in the catch block, we are just going to return false. All right, so now we have this function. We can just close this up and we can go right into having the Inngest functions. So we're going to export the constant project preview recovery is going to be equals to ingest.create function, and ingest.create function is going to take in these options like the ID, which is project preview recovery, and then it's going to take the retries. The retries is equals to 1, and it's also going to take in the trigger just as we saw. So the trigger is going to be this list of objects where the event is project preview recovery.requested. So remember, the ID this function or this handler we're going to define now is going to have the ID. So we're going to destructure event and step, and the ID is going to be right into event data. So we're going to say const project ID, and project ID is equals to event.data as this object where we have project ID, which is of type string, and we can cover this up over here. So let's say const project is equals to await step.run, and we want to run the load project, or that's what we call the step. And here we're just going to return the result of finding project by ID, and we pass in project ID. So we know find project by ID could actually return null, or it could return a project. So if for the case where it returns false or a non-truthy value, we're going to throw a new error that the project was not found. And the next thing we're going to check, if also this project we found doesn't have a source snapshot, we also want to throw a new error because this project doesn't have any source snapshot that we want to recover. This is going to help us to also recover snapshot that has been stopped in E2B. So let's continue. Then we're going to let the sandbox ID become equals to the project.sandbox ID. And if we do have the sandbox ID, we are going to continue. So we can say if sandbox ID, let's say the const existing is going to be equals to await step.run, and we're going to call this step check existing preview, which is going to be this async handler here, and we're going to have a try catch block. Right in the try block, we're going to have the sandbox, which is equals to await sandbox.connect. So let's go and connect to this sandbox, and we're also going to set the timeout to be equals to 1 hour. So we say await the sandbox.set timeout to be 60 times 60 times 1000, which is 1 hour, and then we're going to return connected true. And to check if it's healthy, we're going to make use of the project preview recovery. So healthy, actually we're going to make use of preview is healthy like this, and we'll pass in the sandbox. Now we can close this and let's have the catch block. So if for some reason we are not able to connect, we are just going to return this object, which is going to have connected set to false, and healthy is just going to be set to false. All right, so after having the existing, or with this existing step that we have over here, we can check if existing.healthy, then we want to return the project ID, the sandbox ID, and the recovered is going to be equals to false, just like this. And then we're also going to check if not existing.connected. So here we're also going to check if existing connected is false, then we're going to return, because we are returning connected true, and this, so we know that we are in the catch block, so we're going to set the sandbox ID to null. And then we're going to check just after this, let's say if there is no sandbox ID after running this step, then we're going to await step.run restore replacement sandbox, which is going to be this async function handler. And here we're going to have the replacement because we're going to create a new sandbox. The replacement is equals to await the sandbox.create, and again we're going to pass the timeout of 1000, 60 minutes, so 60 times 60 times 1000. This can now be stored in a constant. We have done this multiple times in the project. We want to also await restore project source, which is going to take in the replacement and the project.source snapshot like this. And we want to return the replacement.sandbox ID. Okay, so now we have this. We are going to then have the recovered sandbox ID. So let's just cover this up and also cover up this if check over here. So here we're going to say const the recovered sandbox ID is going to be equals to the sandbox ID. And then we can go on to run a new step. So we're going to await step.run mark preview recovering. And this is going to then help us update the project sandbox for this specific project. So update project sandbox needs the project ID and it needs the data. And the data it needs here is the sandbox ID, which is the recovered sandbox ID. And it also needs the preview. The preview is going to status is going to be building, and it also needs the preview URL. The preview URL is going to be set to null. Alright, so let's cover this up. And now we are going to have a try catch block somewhat. So here let's have a try block. We get the preview URL. And the preview URL is what we're going to try to recover from this step. So step.run restart preview, which is going to be this async function. And here we are going to have the sandbox because we always want to connect to a sandbox. So we're going to connect to the recovered sandbox ID. And once we are connected, we want to set the timeout for this new sandbox connection. As always, we are still going to set this to live for about 60 minutes, 1 hour. And then we're going to await seed minimal vid project and pass the sandbox. Then let's also go on and await the ensure vid allowed host. And we are going to pass the sandbox over here like this. Okay, so let's have some checks. If for some reason, if this is false, awaiting the sandbox.files.exist, and then we're going to pass the current working directory and the node modules, then we're going to go and run the npm install. So we're going to await sandbox.commands.run npm install, and for the configuration, we are going to pass the cwd to be equals to the sandbox cwd, and the timeout is going to be 3 minutes 180,000 milliseconds. And then we can close this up here and also close the if block, and we want to run the sandbox command. So we're going to await the sandbox.commands.run. We want to run the npm run dev command, and the host is going to be 0.0.0.0 on port 3000. And as always, when we run the command, we need to pass like the current working directory to be the sandbox cwd, so it doesn't default to the root. Background is going to be set to true because this is a terminal command, should be able to run in the background. The timeout milliseconds is going to be equals to 0. And then we are going to return wait for healthy preview. So here we close this, and in here to get the preview URL, we can then return wait for healthy preview, which is going to take in the sandbox and also 3000. So that's why we have the wait for healthy preview function right at the top. So this is the try block, and then we are going to await another step.run, which is going to mark preview recovered. And this is then going to help us to update the project sandbox because now we have a preview URL. So we're going to update the project sandbox, pass in the project ID, and we're also going to pass in the sandbox ID, which is going to be equal to the recovered sandbox ID. The preview status we are going to have over here is going to be ready, and the preview URL is also going to be used right in here. Alright, so we still have just one more step to run. So let's have the step just after this here. And this step is going to be to help us save the recovered source snapshot. So step.run save recovered source snapshot is going to be this async function. So we want to connect to this sandbox so that we can go on to update our code base. So the sandbox is equals to await sandbox.connect to recovered sandbox ID, and we are gonna go and await the update project source snapshot, which is gonna take in the project ID, and it's also going to go with the data, which is awaiting the snapshot project source for this specific snapshot. Okay, so finally we are going to return. So let's cover this up, and we're going to then have our return block, and we are going to be returning this object with the project ID. We are also going to have the sandbox ID. The sandbox ID is equal to the recovered sandbox ID. We're also going to have the preview URL, and we are going to have recovered set to true. So let's have the catch block in case something went wrong, maybe in one of these steps, while we're trying to recover the snapshots. So what we are going to do in the catch block, we are going to have a step which is going to run. So we're going to await step.run mark preview recovery failed like this. And here we are just going to return update project sandbox, because now we do not have a preview URL for this specific project ID, and we're going to set the sandbox ID to equals the recovered sandbox ID. We're also going to set the preview status, which is going to be error, and we're going to set the preview URL. The preview URL is going to be set to null. Okay, so the last thing we are going to do is to cover this up, and then we are going to go on to throw the error. So if we have an error, we have this step, we go on to throw the error, and then we can cover this up over here. Okay. All right, so this is pretty much what we have here. We always want to prefer reconnecting a healthy sandbox, and we only want to try or go on to create a replacement only when the old one is gone. Then we try to create a replacement, then we want to restore the files from the snapshot, and then we want to restart the preview server. Okay, but something you should always have in mind is the snapshot that we are storing right in here in our database for projects, which is of type JSON-B. You're going to see it somewhere around here, so something like this. Okay, so you can try to view you can see this might have some issues. So the snapshot that we try to save here is actually durable because this is in Postgres, but the snapshot for the project which you try to save isn't in your virtual machine, and E2B is not durable. So that's something you should have in mind here. So you can see this has been stopped, and that means if we check the file system, we are not going to be able to just see the files, or maybe we try to see the files. Let's see if they are persisted here. But what we can do, since we have the ID and the ID is stored, now we need to connect over here. You cannot access the file system at this time, just as you see over here. So we need to connect, and we can connect because right in here we are also storing in the sandbox ID. So this sandbox that is currently shut down because EXN. So this is it. We are going to try and to reconnect, which is this build a SaaS landing page over here. So let's try. Let's have a preview. We are going to preview this next. Hello everyone, so I'm so excited. This is where we are going to test out the application. So let's just clear the terminal to remove the noise, start things up over here, and also start up our Inngest CLI. So this already is up and running, and we just need to give the Inngest CLI a couple of moments, and we're going to have it right up and running now. So let's come here to our application, and I'm just going to give this a refresh. Make sure your Inngest dev server is also here, which you can see the different events. So let's give this a try. So we're currently loading this up, and then we can see the request here. This has connected successfully. This get request is very much okay, and you can see we are making requests to recover the preview and all of this. So we can see this sandbox ID EXN was not found. That was what we got previously, but now you can see because this returned 200 over here, this error is going to go because now we have 500 here. We are still getting the sandbox not found. So let's see what's actually going on in E2B if we have this back up and running. So you can see the status is still not up and running, and let's give this a refresh and see if we were able to connect or we created a new sandbox. So this wasn't able to get back up and running, so because of that we can see we have one concurrent sandbox. So this means it went on to create a new sandbox, and then it's going to try to list the files that we already have from our file system. So this is the recovery I'm telling you about. If we check the file system, let's see what we have right here in the user. So you can see we have all of these. They are not a result of creating a new application. These are a result, as you can see, our project loads of storing the files, a snapshot of the files in our database. So because we have this and we have this source snapshot here, we are able to load it back into a new sandbox. So now let's take a look at the sandbox ID that we have over here. You can see the sandbox ID has updated. It's no longer the previous sandbox that we had, the EXN sandbox. This is a new sandbox, and if we come over here, we see We no longer have any errors. Everything is working fine and clean. And in E2B as well, if we come back to the sandbox, this is the new sandbox that we have. The other sandbox is gone. The life cycle of the other sandbox has ended, so this is a new sandbox over here, and we can see this is working coolly, nicely as expected. All right, so now let's make sure we have this agent message working, and that agent message is going to be right into the action file. So I'm just going to close all. So let's come over to the action projects. So I think we already have that, so let me just double check that as well. Action projects, and we have the message. So this is the message. We have worked on this, so we can go on to give our agent additional prompts. Let's do that. Let's tell it to we can tell it to clean up, or let me see, I just want to give it something pretty much easy. So we have the get started, discover more, or learn more. Is not going to take us anywhere here. Okay, so what we can do, we can tell it to add, let's see, get started. So add the sign up page. So let's say add the sign up page. So let's give this 4 prompts, add the sign up page. I'm going to send this, and we'll give this a moment for our AI to get to work. And once our AI gets to work, which is currently doing, so we see it has the prompt here, add the sign up page, and now it's working on the project. I'm gonna see you once this is done, and we're gonna see what the AI is doing. As you can see, the sandbox is ready and it's loading the current project source. So let's give the AI a couple of minutes for it to weave its magic, and I'll see you once this is done. Now you see our AI is actually done from when we did give it the prompt. So maybe somewhere around here. So you can see add a sign up page. Sandbox is ready, current project loaded. And we also see reading the brief, applying the requested change to the current implementation, checking that the requested product is complete. And then it went on to tighten itself because the first visual pass looks under resolved, and then it went on to install the dependencies. It ran the production build, and then it started the live preview. The preview is ready, and it worked for a total of 4 minutes. So let's come over to the get started here, and this is our sign up page, which goes on to display this just right in here. Definitely you can prompt it more, and you can see that this is going to also go and update. Now you can also tell it make this here to be the link to the home button, because currently we have no way to go back unless you use the manual keyboard navigation or the manual mouse navigation. You can also tell it to update this, but we can see this building out our project just as we requested. So that's pretty much it just for now. We need to see how we can go on to publish this project that we have created, how we can give our AI agents access to the internet so that it can also make some research. Hello. So how can we give our AI access to make web research? For that, we're going to be making use of DataImpulse, and DataImpulse is actually sponsoring this video. So let's take a look at the architecture that we have over here. And once we are comfortable with the architecture, then we're going to have a deep dive into this AI web feature we are about to implement, and also into DataImpulse. So this over here is our application, our build it server, our Next.js application. And on the side over here, we have the proxy and the internet. So how can we give our AI the ability to make web research? So inside our application, the user, as we have seen, is going to type into the prompt, and let's say the user types something like research home depot and then build a dashboard. So let's say we want to build a dashboard like this website over here. The AI is going to start building the application. We have this customized app with AI. This is what it does. And then we have this generate text function. And this is a function from the Vercel AI SDK. That's the AI package. And it goes on to send the prompt to a model. In our case, we're making use of OpenAI model. And this has a tool available, research web tool. This tool we are going to create on our own, and we're going to hand it over to this SDK, to this generate text SDK, to this generate text function. And the AI is going to decide, I need live website data, and then it's going to call this research web function, which is a function we are going to define, pass across the URL, and this is only going to be used when the AI actually needs to make a web research. So this is not going to be used for every prompt in our application. Let's actually branch to the side here. We can see what goes on at this point when the AI decides that it needs to actually make a fetch to the internet to go on and fetch certain data. We have DataImpulse Proxy, and that set request goes on to exit from a residential IP with a configuration. We're going to set use proxy to true. We're always going to set it to true for our AI agent, and then we get the response. So the target website is going to respond. In this case, this website is going to respond, and then we come back to this section over here. So the two returns to the model things like the URL, the status, as well as the content. And then we're going to do some optimization in our application. Let's say we want to cut off the content to 30,000 characters, which is going to help us to save not just data, but also give our AI more context for it to work rather than overloading our AI and as well as spending more tokens. Once we have our result, the AI is going to take that result from what it has learned from making that research. Then it's going to continue building our application, running installation, and running preview. The next phase is for us to set up our DataImpulse account so that we can go on to give our AI the ability to make web research. In order for us to give our AI agent access to live information from the web, we are making use of DataImpulse. You want to come over to dataimpulse.com, and DataImpulse is a proxy provider that gives us access to residential data center and also mobile proxies. And this is so useful because instead of our AI agent to go in and make every web research directly from our server IP, we can go on to route those requests through their proxy network. As I said, it's so useful for our project because the agent can go on to research on live information from the web while it goes on to build out our application. So you can see the cool features that is being offered by DataImpulse over here. You need to log into the application. If you do not have an account, please do go on and create an account, sign up, sign in, and once you are authenticated, you are going to be redirected over to your project or to your application dashboard. The next thing you want to do is to set up a plan. So over here under the products section, you would need to click over to this add a new plan, and you can choose different proxy type that you would need for your application. So in our case, we are making use of the residential proxy. Select a proxy type, and once you have one set up, the next step is to come right into that proxy plan that you already have here. So over here, you can see we have the proxy access. So we have the login, which is more or less like the username. We have the password, we have the proxy host, and we also have the proxy port. So all of these are going to come in handy in a moment. And the next step is for us to come over to the application. In order for us to get this done, we need to set up some environment variables. Back here in the application, let's head over to the .env file. Over here in the .env file, just as we have seen in our DataImpulse dashboard, we need to set up some credentials like our username, the password. We also need to set up the proxy host as well as the ports. So let's do that right about now. We're going to have the DataImpulse proxy host, which is going to be gw.dataimpulse.com. And next is going to be the DataImpulse proxy port, which is 823. And DataImpulse username, no worries about this. We're going to get this in a moment, as well as the DataImpulse proxy password. So make sure you have all your credentials right here in the env. So let's get the username DataImpulse dashboard. So the login is your username. You want to copy this value here and then come back to your application, and you want to use the value over here for the username. We are going to do the same for the password. So here you want to copy the password, and once you have the password, you can then come back to your application, and here we're going to use this value for the password. So once you have all of these, you can then save this, and we need to install a package. All right, so open up your terminal window. I'm just going to clear both terminal window that we have open, and actually I'll register a new one. And over here, we need to install this UNDICI. Actually, it's called like on the C is actually an Italian word, so I might not pronounce that so well. So npm install undici on the C. So this is going to be useful because this is Node.js modern HTTP client, and it's actually Node.js built-in fetch that is built on UNDIC, and we are going to be installing this so that we can use it for two things. We need this specifically for two main things that we cannot get from plain browser fetch. Now the first thing is the proxy agent, so that we can use it to send traffic through an HTTP proxy, in this case DataImpulse, and also a dispatcher which is going to tell one request to make use of that agent. Now you have installed this, and we have also set up a proxy. The next thing we are going to set up is going to be our DataImpulse proxy.ts file, which is going to build an authenticated UNDIC proxy agent based on the environment variables that we have registered. Let's see how that works. So let's come over here, and we're going to come back to the source folder, and we need to create a new folder right inside features, and this is going to be for our web research. So let's have the web research folder here, and right in here we are going to create a new file, and this new file is dataimpulse.proxy.ts file, just like this. All right, so once you have this, let's see how we can go on to build this authenticated proxy agent based on the environment variables. We are going to import server only, so that this is not part of the client bundle. Then we want to import proxy agents, which is going to come in from the UNDICI, the UNDIC package that we just created. Then we're going to be exporting this function create data impulse proxy agent, which is going to be returning a type of proxy agent. So right inside this function, we are going to retrieve the host from the environment variable. So process.env.dataimpulse host. We're also going to retrieve the port, same for the username and the password. So the port is going to be process.env.dataimpulse port, and the username is also going to be process.env.dataimpulse username. And finally, we have the password. The password, const password, is going to be equals to process.env.dataimpulse password. All right, so now we have the different credentials. Let's just do a quick validation. If for some reason we do not find the host or the port or no username or no password, we just want to throw a quick error because DataImpulse proxy envs are not configured. So we're going to tell the user, you need to make sure you have all these environment variables configured. And if we have all the checked, then the next thing is to return the new proxy agent. This proxy agent is going to take in the URI and the token. This URI is the HTTP, and then we're going to pass in the host as well as the port like this. And then the token is going to be this basic here. So basic, I want to call buffer from, so the username, and column the password. So you can see we are not directly injecting the credentials right into the URI. So this is okay. We're going to call to string base 64 like this, and then we can close up the proxy agent and also close up the function. This is enough for now, and the next step we are going to do is to create a shared fetch helper, which is one function that is going to be used for both nodes. So the same get request, and only the network path is going to change. I know this is confusing, but let's create this fetch web page next. Somewhere around here, we are going to make use of DataImpulse and this use proxy true. This is what we are going to configure right now, because we do not always want the AI to make a search to the internet. We want this to be customizable, and for that we're going to make use of this use proxy true, which is then going to go on to make a direct call, or it could also go on to make a web research if the use proxy is true. So that's what we are going to be creating next. So over here, straight up into the web research, we need to create a new file, and this is going to be the fetch web page.ts file. And in this file, we're going to be making use of the UNDIC library that we installed. So let's get into it. We're going to start by marking the file as a server only file, and we are going to be importing fetch, but we are going to have an alias, so we import it as the UNDICI fetch, and this is going to be coming from the UNDIC package. Then let's go on to have this create data impulse proxy agent that we did set up. So let's import this, and this is going to be coming in from @features, the web research feature, and over there we have the data impulse proxy file. Then we can finally export the async function fetch web page. This needs the URL for the specific web page, and we're going to take in the options. So this is where the configuration comes in. This is going to need a use proxy optional boolean over here, which by default we're going to initialize just to be an empty object. So here we're then going to say use proxy is going to be this options dot use proxy if it's equal to true. So this is going to be a boolean. Then we're going to have the proxy agent, which is going to be, if we are using a proxy, then we're going to create the data impulse proxy agent, which is going to be our proxy agent. Otherwise, we're going to fall back to undefined. So then we're going to have the try catch so that we can send the actual request. Const response is equal to undic fetch, and we're going to pass in the URL. And for the options, the method is going to be a get request, and the redirect is going to have the value of follow. And then we want to spread here because this is going to be a conditional. So if use proxy agent is true, then we're going to have the dispatcher, which is going to be the proxy agent. Otherwise, we're just going to be spreading an empty object, which is, more or less nothing. And then we can close this up. Then we're going to get the content from the response. So content is going to be equals to await response.content. This content over here is going to be the research content. So this could be the web page data. And we're going to be returning this object that's going to have success response.ok. We're also going to have status, which is the response.status. The URL as well is going to be equals to the response.url. Otherwise, we'll fall back to just the URL that this function receives. The content is going to be equals to content we have here. And then proxy used is going to be equals to use proxy. So the boolean true or false. And finally, finally is used regardless of if it's success or not. And the finally block, we're going to say if proxy agent. So if this is true, then we want to make sure we close the connection. So we're going to await proxy agent.close and .catch. We just return undefined. So over here, we have our fetch web page function. This function is going to be helpful to fetching a web page. And I have an error in the naming convention. So this was meant to be proxy-import.ts. So let me fix this just so quickly here. And then that should fix the error that we have over here. You can just bring this out and bring it back in, and you see over here the error is gone. So now just a brief explanation what's going on. This fetch web page is a tool we're going to pass across to our AI agent, and it's going to know if we are using a proxy or not. If we're using a proxy, then it's going to call this function the create data impulse proxy agent, which is going to return this proxy agent here and takes the URL and the token for authentication. And this proxy agent is what is going to be a dispatcher over here, and that's why we're making use of this undici fetch, undici fetch over here. And yeah, so that's pretty much it. And this is going to be called like fetch web page is going to be called, maybe let me just show you a use case. So here we're going to await fetch web page, and this is going to take in the URL, and then it's going to take in the option like use proxy, and use proxy is going to be either true or false. So if this is true, then this is going to go on and make use of data impulse as a proxy agent and want to make the research, go on to research the web. But if this is false, then this is going to go on to, make the fetch directly. As we see over here, the proxy agent is not going to spread anything. So we're not going to have any proxy agent right over here. All right. So now that we have this, we just need to go and create the web research tool. And the web research tool is going to be a tool that is going to be from the AI SDK. So let's go back to the diagram to see where we are at this point in time. Now we have this generate text. This generate text is going to need a tool, and this is the tool we are going to create. This tool is going to be the research web tool, and let's see how that works. So back to application, we are going to be creating a new file, and this is going to be the research web.ts file. So here we're going to have the research-web.ts file just like this. Now in here, we are going to be importing the server only as always, and then we need to bring in the tool. So I have been saying tool all this while. This is the tool, and tool is going to come in from AI, which is Vercel AI SDK. So we're also going to be importing Z from Zod just to have some schema. And we need to bring in our fetch web page. So remember, this fetch web page is making use of the DataImpulse proxy if that option is set to true. So this is going to be coming in from the features web research, and over there we have the fetch web page file. So let's go in and export the constant research web, which is going to be equals to the tool, and we're going to pass in the description configuration here, which is just going to say something like fetch current public information from a web page when live information is needed to complete the user's request. This is the description we are giving to the AI tool. And we also need to pass in the user input. This is where Zod is going to come into play. So just after the description, next is going to be the input schema, which is going to be the z.object, the URL, the actual URL over here. So here we have the URL, which is a string URL, and then we have this description, which is a public HTTP or HTTPS URL to fetch. And then we also need the execute. Now this execute is going to be this async, and because we have the schema defined in the URL, that means we can destructure URL over here, and we're just going to have this log so that we can see this in the log that this is actually making a web research, making use of this tool. And we're going to say const result is going to be equals to await the fetch web page. So remember this fetch web page, so we give it the URL, and for the configuration that it needs, we're going to say use proxy is going to be equals to true. Then we're going to be returning this object, which is going to have the URL, and the URL is going to be the results.url, just as we are returning it over here. The status is also going to be the results.status, and the content is going to be the result.content.slice. We want to take the first 30 characters so that we are not returning a very huge file that we can pass over to our AI. So we just take the first 3,000 or 30,000 characters, sorry. All right, so let's give this file a save. And just a brief recap, the URL here, if you just add something else, let's say test over here. So you see what happens. If you come here, you would also be able to destructure test like this from here. And the more you add, the more you'll be able to pass or have as an argument over here. So that's why we have the input schema. And you can see now we have access to test one over here, and it knows these are all strings like this. So if you also delete both, then you'll see an error over here. As you can see here, it doesn't know because it doesn't exist on this type of object we have defined here. So I'm going to get rid of this. And now we have this done. We need to attach this tool over to our customized application with AI. So back to our diagram, this is where this comes in handy. We need to attach the tool to our customized application with AI. So when the user prompts, this is going to go on and make use of the generate text tool, which is on that tool from AI, and then we're going to pass across this web research tool to AI. We created the research web tool here. We need to make use of this tool. We need to pass it across to our AI agent. So that is going to be straight up in the preview helper. So let's come to the features, and over in features projects, we have the preview helpers file over here. And let's actually locate this section, this customized application with AI. This is where we are going to be working on, because this takes in the sandbox, it takes in the inputs, and it also goes on to create the user code, and it goes on to call this generate text, which is imported from AI as we see over here. So let's come down here, and here we go on to passing the model, the maximum output tokens, all of these. This is where we're going to do the actual customization. Now this generate text tool can also take in a tool. So here we can register tools as we see here. And in this tools section, we're going to pass in this our tool that we just created. So this is our research web tool that is going to come in from the research web file. Now this isn't going to be enough. For this, we just also need to edit the prompt a little bit here before we go on to, or maybe somewhere around here where we have the first prompt and the project to build, the user goal, the follow-up message. So maybe somewhere around here we can go on to have a live web research prompt to be part of the prompt over here. So I'm going to be bringing in all of these prompts, this text that we have here. So over here, we're going to have this live web research, and we want to say, tell the AI agent that a research web tool is available. It can go on to use it only when live current public web information is useful for the user specific request. And we want to tell the agent that he shouldn't also go in and call this tool that we just created. So this research web tool, we do not want it to call this unnecessarily. And then we are going to tell it, after your research results, after the research results return, continue generating the application. So this is us guiding the AI agent. In this case, we have the GPT-4o, how to make use of our new tool that we registered in here. So now we have generated the tool. This is the perfect time for us to test out our application to see if our AI is going to be smart enough to make a web research and make use of data proxy. And then we're going to see, because this is one of the usefulness or importance of making use of DataImpulse Proxy, because without having this proxy agent here from DataImpulse, this request won't be possible. You're going to see that we are going to be denied from making such requests without making use of DataImpulse. Then we're going to set the use proxy to true. So I think we should actually do that right now. So let's come over here to fetch web page, actually to the web research tool. And here we're going to just set this to false temporarily. Once we have this set to false, that means we are not going to be making use of data proxy, DataImpulse. This is going to have node agent dispatcher over here, and you're going to see the request we are sending off is not going to be successful. And then we're going to turn this back to true and test out the project. In order for us to test out the proxy, DataImpulse Proxy, we have the browser over here, and we also have our application code over here. But before we test this out, I also want to add an extra log so that we can see the result over here. So the result from proxy here, and we're going to have the results. So remember, we are testing this out with use proxy false. So this is not going to be making use of DataImpulse Proxy at this point in time. So let's see what this is going to give us. Over here, I'm going to have the Inngest CLI up and running, and on a different terminal window, I'm going to have the npm run dev, which is going to start up our Next.js application. So our Next.js application is up and running, and once you give this refresh, the dashboard should load up. And over here, what do we have? We have our Inngest development server also up and running, and it should already be serving requests over here to our Next.js application, and we see 200, so it's working as expected. Now I'm just going to collapse this so we can have more real estate, and I'll also get rid of this over here. And right in here, I'm going to paste in the prompt. So the prompt is go on and build a modern home improvement product research dashboard. It should go on and research the current home depot website first at this URL, and then it should use the information that it finds, and then it should use the information you find to shape the application we are telling it to build. So now this is going to force the AI agent to make an actual research on the internet. So let's see how this goes on to work with use proxy set to false without making use of DataImpulse Proxy. So I'm going to send this off. Let's keep an eye on the logs. We're going to start, we're going to know when the request has gone over, because we are telling it to make a research when we see this log printed over here, and then we should expect to see the result. So you can see now the agent is currently working, and over here we should expect to see the research web fetching. So just keep a keen eye on this log over here as the AI is currently doing its work, so that we can, so this is it. So you can see here the web research, and you see here the access has been denied, and this is the use case for making use of a proxy like DataImpulse, because we do not have the permission to access this current URL on this server, just as we see over here. Let's go and change that. So I'm going to flip this over. I'm going to set this over to true, and I'll quit the dev server. Okay, and then I'll bring it back up and running, and you should go and save the application. So now we have use proxy set to true. We are going to be making use of our proxy. So what's going to happen, I'm just going to quit this application, and over here I'm going to load up the new Next.js application. So let's just give this a couple of moments. We should be navigated over to the dashboard page of our application, which we have been navigated over here. So then we are going to test this out just with the same prompt as before. So now we are here with the same and what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna collapse this so that we have more real estate, and I'm just going to hide this here, and I'll just paste this in right here and then send the same prompt as before. So we're telling it to build this home improvement product research and make a research to the internet. So you can see we have use proxy set to true over here, which means this is going to make use of our DataImpulse proxy to handle this specific request. So let's see what happens here. So we are logging the result to the console, and we also have the log for this research web fetching, which then displays the URL for which it is fetching that data. So here in the terminal window, we should see this first, the research web fetching, and we want to see the URL as well. So just give this a moment and we should see this in a bit. All right, so the AI is currently working, and then the post request to API ingest, and then the get request, and now we see the research web, and now we should see the results over here. So you can see this result returns true straight up over here. So you can see this result from proxy. We do not get denied error. So you can see now this is actually going on to return an actual response that we can use over here, which is the data here, and we have the content and all of these in our application. So we're going to give the AI a moment for it to build this application, and then when it's done, we can see the UI that it generates for us. So here is it. Here is our generated application. It actually took how long? The preview is ready. I think the result is still going to be printed how long this AI agent took to complete this actual request, because at some point the build failed at some point, and then it went on to patch the generated code. The repair had been applied, it ran the build again, and then it was able to come up with the preview. You can see this agent worked for 7 minutes. We have this preview here, and we can see the products. We have the different we also have the drop down over here. We can go on to save. Can we? No. We also have services, and new project is going to take us to the new project page, which also has not been fixed. So this is what we get over here. I'm just going to go full screen so that we can then see this back in full screen mode. And this is the application in full screen mode. So you can see how our proxy was able to make us build applications like this, go on to make web research, and this would not have been possible without making use of a proxy like DataImpulse to make sure we route this request. All right, so let's continue building out our project. Now we can go on to prompt the agent, and the agent goes on to build the project. And we also have this section fixed to create a new file, a new folder, or to go on to download this as zip. So we are coming towards the end of our project, and let's wrap things up. Hello everyone. In this section of the video of the build, this is when we are gonna deploy our application we have built so far. Let's ship it over to the internet so that we can test everything over there. The first thing we're going to do is to make sure that our project can, let's go on and set up our project. So we're going to start up with the git init command, which is going to initialize git right here. And I'm going to say git add dot, and then git commit or git config. You want to configure your username and also your email. So git config user.name, and I would go with my username over here. And I would also say git config user.email, and I would also fill in my username right over here. And I actually have an error, so let me fix this. Once you have set up your name and your email and also run the git init command, the next thing we're going to do, I think we did the git add dot, which has added everything to staging. Then we're going to say git commit -m, and we're going to say something like fit /final -build, like this. Now we have our commit. We need to push the code that we have here locally over to GitHub. Let's come over to the browser, and you want to come to your GitHub profile, and here you need to create a new repository. So let's create a new repository, and I'm going to go with the name of build it because I already have built it here from the existing one. So I'm going to give this the name of build it final. Anything like this is going to work. The description is optional. This is going to be private just for now, and once the video is live, definitely it's going to be public. And then I'm going to create the repository. So once you have the repository created, you want to copy this over here. So I'm just going to copy this, and over here I'm going to say the git remote add origin. I think that's pretty much it. Let me just verify git remote add origin. Yes, and then I'm going to paste this in right in here. The next thing we need to do is to set the upstream branch to be the main branch, or we can just say git push, and we are going to set cd command to do that. I always do git push so I can see this command, git push dash set dash upstream origin main. So I'm going to send this, and this is going to take our code files that we have locally and push it over to remote GitHub. So you give this a moment, it could just take a little while, and then we're going to have our code over to GitHub, and it looks like it is done already. So that means if we come over to GitHub and give this a refresh, we are going to see our code right in here. This, guys, is just the first step. The next thing we need to do is to come over to Vercel so that we can link or create a new project in Vercel based off this build it final repository. So head over to vercel.com, and you want to just come over to your projects dashboard. I'm going to click on add new and click on add new project over here. Once you select this, this is going to tell you to import the Git repository. So this is the Git repository that I have over here. I'm just going to import this, and this is going to see the application preset to be a Next.js application. And the project name, I'll just go with build it final like this. And we need to set some environment variables. We do not need to configure the build or output settings. This is okay, but the environment variables, we definitely need to set some environment variables. So let's come back here into our application, and you want to open up your .env file. So I'm just going to copy all like this. And once you have them copied, you just need to come over to Vercel, and here in Vercel, you can just paste them all in here like this. So this is the database URL, the direct URL, the next public Supabase URL. We also have the next public Supabase publishable key, the ingest dev, which we do not need at this point. So we actually do not need to set in dev ingest dev to value of 1. So I'm going to remove this. We are going to get the credentials from the cloud. Inngest is no longer running locally. E2B can remain as it is. Same for the OpenAI key. And then we have the DataImpulse proxy host, the value. We have the DataImpulse proxy path. And then we have the username and the password, which is currently empty. So I'm going to fill these off screen, and I'll be back once I'm done. So now I have the DataImpulse username and the password over here. Let's come over to Inngest. And over here, we want to take a look for the API keys. So you want to click into API keys. And over here, we need a sign-in key just like this. So you want to click into the sign-in key. Now over here, we need the ingest sign-in key. So this environment variable. So we're going to copy this over here. And then we need to come over to Vercel. And you want to create or add more. So you're going to add the name to be ingest sign-in key, and the value we're going to get over here from ingest. So you want to go and copy this, and over here in Vercel, you're going to paste in the value just right in here. It's actually a long value, and we want to add more. And that's because if we come over to ingest and you come over to the event key, because definitely we are sending events, so we also need these because we are doing things like ingest.send in our application. We need to create a new key. So I have this one I created previously. I'm going to create the event key, and I'm going to give it the name of builder final, and I would hit on create. So the event key has been created. This is the value, and we actually need to store this in our environment variable. So for the ingest event key, The name is going to be ingest event key in Vercel. So here we are going to make use of this key. So ingest underscore event underscore key. And the value is going to be this value over here. So you want to copy this as well and register this here. So that pretty much looks like everything we need to set up to get started. Now that we pretty much have everything done, don't think I'm missing out on anything here. So I don't think so. So now we are going to deploy the application. We are going to deploy the application, but the application isn't going to become testable automatically because we also need to update the GitHub and also the Google Cloud for authentication purposes. So I'm going to see you once the deployment is done. Our application has been deployed. Congratulations, you just deployed your application. Now we have the URL, which is what we need over to continue. So you want to continue to your dashboard. And over here, if you click on visit, or here you can see the URL. I think I like this URL better. So I'm going to open this up, but then I'm not going to be testing this because I already know this isn't going to work because we lack the credentials. So you want to copy this. And then let's head over to the GitHub and not this yet. So the GitHub or application. Now we need to update the homepage URL. I'm just going to refresh this as it's been a while. So I'm going to update the homepage URL to be equals to this homepage URL. And I'm going to give this a save. Now the application has been updated. We are going to do the same for Google. So we need to come over to Google. And over here we need to check let's see the overview. So let's come over to the overview section and just give this a moment to load so that we can also configure the homepage URL. Now we do not want to be here. We want to be, we want to be under the client section. And here on the client, we want to edit this web client that we have here. And this is going to take us to the edit screen. So the authorized JavaScript origin, we need to add a URL, a second URL, and we're going to add this URL over here, and we give this a save. So this is the only change we need to do for GitHub and Google, but we also need to make a change right in here in Supabase. So let's come over to authentication, and here in authentication, let's quickly double check for the sign in and providers. We want to quickly double check the email, everything is okay. We also want to double check for GitHub that everything is okay, and we also want to do a quick double check for Google and everything is okay like this. Now let's also double check because we have this URL configuration section over here, and this is the site URL. So we need to update this, else you would have situations whereby authentication is completed and you're being redirected to localhost 3000. So this is what we had previously without any trailing slash, so we're just going to maintain that same order. And then we're going to hit save. Let's leave the redirect URLs like this. We are going to, well, we already have configured this in our application. Okay, so now is the best time for us to try everything else. I'm going to copy this and I'm going to come over to this browser. So we're going to start up by testing the email and password authentication. So let's try to log in and continue with email, and I'll just go with test@test.com and go with the 126 password over here and log in. Let's see if we are authenticated straight up into the application. And here we are. We were able to authenticate into the application. Now I'm going to sign out of the application and let's test the GitHub. So I'm going to create an account and create an account with GitHub. And let's see what happens. So this is going to maybe navigate us over to the GitHub or Auth because we've done this previously on localhost 3000, so it didn't navigate us over there. And you can see we are also authenticated in GitHub over here. So I'm going to sign out from this, and let's also come over here and let's try out the same. Let's try to authenticate ourselves, but on Google. So I'm going to click on create account, hit on Google, and then I'm going to authenticate, or we should be kicked into the flow of Google, and here we are. All right, so we're going to do one final test of our application, and then we are going to call it a wrap. Hello everyone, we are going to be testing out the application. I did trigger a new deployment, so the only thing I changed over here was the model. So I'm using a higher model here, and I also added the step counts. So let's go on and test this out now and see if the application works. I just want to make use of the higher tokens and see if our application work, and also make use of solid prompt. So let's feed our AI with this solid prompt over here. So we can tell it to go and build a personal habit tracker for one person. It must include a header with the application name and today's date, the list of habits with the streak counts, tab check, to mark a habit done for today, to add a habit form, a simple weekly progress summary, the empty state when there are no habits yet, and should use realistic sample habits like morning stretch, things like that. Should keep a one focus page and not a dashboard. Let's send up this prompt to our AI and let's see if it works. Let's see if Inngest is able to spin things up. You can see here, this is going to spin up the project, and now we also have the prompt over here. So while this is ongoing, I just want to come straight up into Inngest so that we can inspect and see if anything is going on here. So let's see the application we have here, and I'm just going to give this a refresh. If we are going to see any application here, it doesn't look like we have any application here. So that means Inngest isn't going to work as expected because we see no functions found. And actually, the reason why we are not seeing any runs or any functions or even any application is because we haven't synced our new domain over here in Inngest. So let's come over to the apps and let's click on this drop down. Maybe let's click on this get started or sync new application. Any of them, I think they are going to do both or do the same. So I'm going to click on sync new application, and this is going to bring us over here, sync with Vercel, or we have the sign-in key. So we have already set up the Serve API. After you set up the Serve API and deployed your code, enter the URL of your project Serve endpoint. So the Serve endpoint is this our application /API /ingest. So I'm just going to copy this from somewhere here, and then I'm going to come back to Inngest dashboard. So let's not forget to add /API /ingest over here, just like this. And now I think this is everything we need to do. So let's sync the application, and we are syncing manually. So let's wait for this. We see the application has been synced. So now let's see what happens. We have the application, and now we see our functions. So we see the build requested function, the preview recovery, and also the publish requested function. So we see all three functions here. And if we also come straight up into runs, we do not have any runs yet. We're not going to see any. We are going to be sending out new runs over there. All right, so what's going to happen? We give this on that trial, and let's see how it goes. So E2B is currently 0 sandbox. So let's go ahead and try to change this. Over here, back to our application, I'm going to drop in the same prompt as previous, and then I'm going to send across this prompt so that we can monitor and see what happens this time around. So we give this a moment, and then we are redirected over here, and we can see here the agent is working, and now we are getting ingest, like we are getting thoughts over here. These thoughts we know are coming from the project build function. We can see the files over here has been registered, and that means if we also go over to E2B, we are still going to see everything there at E2B, but we are going to remain here in the project so that we can watch the agent build out the project. And once the agent is done building, then we see the preview over here based on this prompt, and then we can go over to check Inngest and E2B. So I'm just going to fast forward through, and I'll see you once our project is completed. So now we see the preview is ready, and take a look at this, guys. This is way much better than all we had in our project so far. We can see the prompt is better, and the UI is also better over here. We can see the morning stretch here. You can also go into see the number of days done. You can also add a habit. Let's say take a walk like this, and then you can go into add this habit, and you can see the new habit has also been registered over here. We can see this week 4 habits has been tracked, and this is our application. Let's also try to delete a habit, and you can see this habit lives over here. And this, guys, is the end of the project. So thank you so much for sticking around, and if you found this really helpful to you, Do not forget to give it a thumbs up. Do not forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I look forward to seeing you in future builds. So I'm gonna see you, and until then, take care and bye bye.